Such a firm pronouncement. Good evening. Welcome, everyone, to a regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Palos Verdes Estates. Today is March 24th, 2026. The time is 6:30 and not 6:31 p.m. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Over to the City Clerk for a roll call, please.
Councilmember McGowan.
Here.
Councilmember Quinn.
Here.
Councilmember Lozey.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lazaro.
Here.
And Mayor Kempes.
Still here. Thank you very much. On to approval of the agenda. Do any council members have any change to the agenda and/or may I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve the agenda?
Second. No changes? All right. Motion, Councilmember Lozey. Second, Councilmember Quinn. And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So approved. On to Mayor's report. Welcome, everyone. Happy spring. Bright tie. Tonight we're exploring the city's longer-term liabilities and their impact, pensions and capital improvements. Over the course of time, the city has covered many of its operational expenses, but has not invested enough in both controlling pension debt and in staying ahead of the depreciation curve on capital infrastructure. Pension debt directly impacts the city's general fund by requiring higher cash payments against the liability. Infrastructure degrades and requires replacement with age. The city's ability to fully address both was caused over years of insufficient cash flow, and so as we progress forward, hopefully we'll have a plan here. Separately, we received an email this week. The council members received an email, and I'd like to share it. It was shared with us by Luke, by our chief of police, over this last weekend. In the span of just 2 hours on Friday evening, 2 people contemplating suicide were helped through a powerful combination of community awareness, police teamwork, and license plate reader camera technology. The first incident began when a PVE resident noticed something concerning on Paseo del Mar near Epping Road. She saw a vehicle drive into Blufftop and stop near the edge of the cliffs. Trusting her instincts, she called 911 and stayed with the woman involved. Through calm conversation and compassion, the resident persuaded her to step away from danger and walk back to the roadway. Officers responded quickly and worked together to ensure the woman received the help she needed. Officers learned she was experiencing personal hardship and emotional distress. She was safely transported to the hospital for care and evaluation. Because a resident spoke up and responders acted quickly and professionally, a life was protected. I plan to reach out to the resident who helped next week to thank her and learn more about what she did. That was a brave act. Just over an hour later, teamwork again made the difference. The Sheriff's Department alerted PVE-PD about a missing suicidal woman from a neighboring city. Thanks to license plate reader cameras, her vehicle was quickly identified as it entered the lower Malaga Cove area. PVE-PD officers immediately responded to the area, located the vehicle on Paseo del Mar, and ensured the woman's safety. What could have been 2 tragic endings was resolved quickly and safely. Outstanding job to Corporal Ix, Officers Liptrot Molina, and dispatchers Menendez and Lau. Just thought I'd share that so that the public could hear every last detail of what we get to see on the council, and that none of us take any of that for granted. Thank you, Chief, for sharing it. May we have the city manager's report, please?
Yes. A little tough act to follow, but I wanted to provide, thanks to our city clerk, some timeline and updates on the June 2nd special election. So here's where we stand. Ballot arguments and rebuttals have been submitted and are posted on the city website and turned into the county. A copy of the full measure, the text measure, can be obtained also on the city website. So if you go to the city website at pvastates.org/measure PF, it'll give you the exact measure. The county will begin mailing vote-by-mail ballots to all registered voters in LA County on May 4th, or by May 4th, and no postage is required to return your ballot. At the same time, ballot drop boxes, one here in our City Hall parking lot, will open on May 4th. Sample ballot booklets will be mailed starting on May 12th, and there will be early in-person voting at vote centers beginning on May 23rd. And if you want more voting information, including what places you can vote, you can go to lavote.gov. So just wanted to get that out there for the community. All of this is on our website as well, but just wanted to share that. So that is all I have, and I will now turn it over to our Chief of Police.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members, and members of the public. I just have a couple updates for the community. My first update is to let everybody know that on April 8th, from 3 to 4:30 in the afternoon, we're going to be holding our first ever Froyo with the Popo.
You want to repeat that?
So frozen yogurt with police officers.
For the record, it wasn't my idea.
It was not. It was not. But it will be at none other than Neptune's Frozen Treats in Malaco Plaza. This is a kind of spin-off from Coffee with a Cop. We're doing it, obviously, over frozen yogurt. But it's the same idea. It's a platform to connect with the community, build relationships. There's no agenda from us other than those two things. So it is over the spring break for the Palos Verdes Unified School District. We're doing it in the afternoon to try to gather maybe a little bit younger crowd, talk to kids, hopefully have some conversations about bicycle safety and things along those lines. But we're very excited about that. So that is coming up. And on a separate note, I wanted to talk a little bit about what we did last week. Myself, our captains, our sergeants, and our lead service officer participated in a team building workshop where we focused on strengthening how we work together to serve our community. Because of the demands of shift work, we rarely have the opportunity to spend meaningful time together with that group of people and train as an entire team. The workshop gave us a rare chance to come together as that supervisor group and was in large part funded by Post. The session was 2 days, and it was facilitated by Paul LeBaron. He brings extensive experience from his career at the Long Beach Police Department. I believe he did 27 years there, and then he recently retired after serving as the chief of Hermosa Beach Police Department for 5 years. His insight and leadership added tremendous value to our discussions. So we spent time improving our communications. We were learning about each other's life experiences and understanding the foundations that shape how we approach our work. We also discussed our core values and collaborated on a draft mission statement that clearly defines our purpose, our method, and the outcome that we aim to achieve. I think it's important to note this really was not a top-down approach. I, of course, had involvement, but it really was built collectively through open discussion and genuine agreement on what we wanted for our department. So we believe this shared approach strengthens our teamwork, our accountability to one another, and ultimately the service we provide to the city. We never want to stop improving, and that was part of the purpose of this. So I was thankful for the opportunity, and thank you, the city manager, for trusting us to be away down in San Diego for 2 days. So we appreciate that. And that concludes my update. Thank you.
I just thought of another one, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
You need permission?
Well, this is something we've been talking about for a while, and it's a citizen engagement platform. It's more of a citizen request platform. We've entered into a contract with a group called iWorks, which is going to do two things for the city and mainly one thing for residents. It will give the residents a platform if they see something out there, like a tree limb down that I got a text about today, or a pothole or something, where they can at any time, because it's mobile based, send in a request. That will be routed to the appropriate staff member, and then there will be dialogue. There will be an ability for dialogue in between, and we'll be able to showcase how we're taking care of that. I think a lot of calls come in, and we do get to them, but there's no sort of tracking. a lot of cities have this for whatever reason. It hasn't come here yet, but it's coming. The other side of it that's really great is it'll also it'll on the back end will be a workflow management, so that when these items come in, this is really where we get in trouble. If you come look at my desk, I have about 25 Post-it notes. As these items come in and they're routed, then the supervisors can keep an eye and track on how those things are getting taken care of. I think that's going to make a real big difference. You know, we've been wanting to do this for a long time, and you know, just like everything else on our plate, we're trying to get to it. But the good news is we have our staff training on this on Thursday, so we're undergoing training. And I don't want to garner a guess until it will be launched, so I don't want to say that. But it's coming, and there will be a splash, and it will be in our newsletters and all that kind of stuff that we're doing this. But I really think this is going to give residents that you know, platform to communicate directly with us, and more importantly on our end, make sure that we're tracking and facilitating and getting things fixed. So, you know, I probably should have shared this sooner, but a lot of stuff happens fast. So,
Awesome.
Right.
Thank you. And thank you and credit to Mayor Pro Tem Lazaro for begging for some sort of ticketing system from about day -1. So great that's happening.
Yeah.
On to presentation is next from West Basin Municipal Water District on firescaping. Welcome and thanks for coming.
Good evening, Mayor and fellow City Council members, City Manager, and the community that's here today. My name is Tommy Favai, a board member of District 1 for West Basin Municipal Water District. And today, you know, our General Manager, EJ, is going to give a presentation, but I just wanted to give a brief opening. You know, my district covers, you know, City of Carson and Rancho Dominguez, unincorporated area, and then the 4 cities on the hill, on the peninsula, in the great city of Palos Verdes Estates. So I just wanted to say thank you, Council Member Victoria Lozzi, for giving us the opportunity to come here and speak about West Basin and what our services that we provide for the community, whether it's conservation programs or other programs that West Basin provides here in Palos Verdes Estates. And I just wanted to bring up EJ so he can go ahead and start off his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'll try to be very brief, but I think that one of the things I wanted to do is seize on this opportunity to address you today. West Basin prides itself on building and constructing programs and projects to meet the needs of all of our communities. And of course, we represent 17 cities, so I'll talk a little bit about that today. And I assume somebody else is moving we can go to the next slide. So just so you know, West Basin's mission is to provide a safe and reliable supply of high-quality water to the communities that we serve. Next slide. The real challenge that we have in doing that is that we serve 17 municipalities and unincorporated portions of LA County. And you can imagine, if we're going to build programs, we need to better understand the needs of the Palos Verdes Peninsula, because you can see that programs that might fit outside of the peninsula area may not meet your needs. We have high density, we have low density, we have a lot of open space. And so dividing our service area up into little areas where we can drill down a little bit further and meet the needs that you might have will help us better construct new programs in the future. As you can see, we're represented by 5 directors, and obviously you're lucky enough to have our Division 1 Director, Tommy Favai. Next slide. We are a member of Metropolitan Water District, and the reason I mention that is because Metropolitan Water District has a host of all sorts of different programs available to our communities. You can access those through us. We're very well represented at Metropolitan Water District by Directors Gloria Gray and as well as Desi Alvarez. Next slide. So we are constantly planning for a future with less water. So we have our Water for Tomorrow program designed to protect existing water supplies, diversify and augment our water supply portfolio, and innovate to prepare for the future. And there's no better question that I ask when I'm out in the public is, do you know where your water comes from? And it is great to hear so many people give those great answers and success there. but a lot of people really don't know that Southern California does not have a natural water resource. We bring in our water from the State Water Project as well as the Colorado River. And if you open up any newspaper within our country, you're going to read about the Colorado River and the negotiations that are taking place on that right now with all of the different states that bring water from the Colorado River. But you're also going to hear about the Delta Conveyance Project and bringing water down from Northern California. So this, I know I get a little nerdy, a little wonky when it comes to water, but I have this slide in here just to show you the difficulty of managing water off the State Water Project. This is the percent of water that we get from our allocation from the State Water Project. And you can see that right now we're at 50%. Last year was 40%. The year before that, we had a very wet year. We were at 100%. And then it dipped down for those 2 years of 5%. So to get those years in a row where it's at 5%, that means that we need to basically switch our water supply from State Water Project to the Colorado River 100% in order to serve our communities and especially the Palos Verdes Peninsula. This is just a highlight when people talk about the Colorado River. They kind of think Colorado, Arizona, California, but no, you're dealing with 7 states that are all pulling water from the Colorado River. Next slide. I'm going to try to highlight the good news. You can see our water portfolio on the left-hand side in 1990. We were almost entirely up of groundwater and imported water. I don't know if I need to tell you all this, but the Palos Verdes Peninsula does not have usable groundwater, usable potable water that you can pull from the ground and put into a drinking water system. So when I think of our community and the West Basin service area, I tell people we're going to do everything we can to reduce our demand on imported areas, but I have communities that only receive imported water resources, and that is the Palos Verdes Peninsula. Now, this is the great story. When I tell people that, they say, well, what are you going to do about that? And I say, we're going to conserve every drop that we can. And this is just the water use of the Palos Verdes Peninsula, so the 4 cities up here. And you have done an amazing job. And I always talk about, people hear about climate change, and there's kind of a fear talking point. But I have to say that you have to address the positive. And this slide is that. We have drastically reduced our water usage up here on the Palos Verdes Peninsula, and you have to celebrate that. Otherwise, people are going to feel like all of those efforts have gone for nothing. And there's more that we can do, but we're doing an excellent job. This is one of those. So the state of California has taken upon itself to ban non-functional turf. I always say, non-functional turf when you see it. But if you're using it for dogs and play areas, playing fields, golf courses and such, of course that is functional. If you have hosted celebrations in grassy areas, that is functional. But we're looking at these grassy areas in medians and off to the side of parkways. And so we're going to do everything we can to help our communities to remove that. This law goes into effect in 2027. All local governments will not be able to utilize potable water for non-functional turf. And then you can see there in 2028, our commercial properties are hit there. And then in 2029, HOAs and common areas within those associations are no longer available. Next slide. So what are we going to do? We're going to try to maximize the use of recycled water in our service area. We're also going to place more of it in the ground because ultimately that becomes groundwater that's pumped on the bottom of the peninsula. And then hopefully we can work with Cal Water to get it up here to the peninsula. And next slide. You can just see some of the many customers. If you're a football fan, we have both the Rams and the Chargers practice facility, the water replenishment district, and hopefully you see some of the businesses that you take great pride in. The Palos Verdes Golf Course, and I want to say thank you very much to Councilmember Lozzi for inviting us here. It came from that partnership and that event. That is something that we're very proud of. We talked about it that day. That took a lot of time and a lot of coordination, a lot of partnerships, but we got it done. It is a way of life. The Palos Verdes Peninsula has adopted this. Conserving water, to me, is a positive thing. And we get messages and people attending our classes saying that they appreciate learning about conserving water. And so we just want to celebrate supercalifragilistic. A couple of things that we offer our cities. If you have a grassy area and you would like to repurpose that, we offer all of our cities free designs. So we'll actually have our landscape designer come in, they'll meet with your city staff, they'll meet with your communities, and we'll try to figure out what that best purpose is for that grassy area, and we'll try to get you money for removing the grass, and then we'll repurpose it. They go into great detail. We will get you money for that. Again, we have landscape designs and rebates that start at $2, up to 200,000 square feet per site. So no site is really too big. Next slide. For your residential customers or residents, if you have grass and you want to remove it, put in native landscape, and we can also get you more money. It's as low as $2, but it varies depending on grants. We're always trying to get grants so we can augment that, and so it'll go anywhere from $2 to $4 depending on when you apply. Next slide. Free rain barrels. If you have a rain gutter at your house and we're in a fire-prone area, a rain barrel is a great way to water those plants and make sure that your native landscaping is well watered. It does rain here. It's hard to capture it, but this is something that every single person can do. Next slide. So we do have firescaping workshops. There's one coming up at Rolling Hills Estates, City Hall. That's going to be May 14th. And then we're participating in a wildfire resources event at Rancho Palos Verdes, and that's on May 30th. Next slide. California-friendly native plant landscaping. A lot of people don't understand. I mean, grass is easy. A lot of times people purchase their house and they have grassy lawns. Well, we have a class to teach you exactly how to build a native landscape garden and actually take care of it. It's April 22nd. It's on the bottom of the hill, but in Manhattan Beach, not too far. And then, water bottle filling stations. We try to promote the use of drinking water. And I can just tell you that I walked through your city hall, I was thirsty, and I used your water fountain out here. We will give you $1,000 to replace it if you want to put in a drinking fountain / water bottle filling station. If it's outdoors, we'll give you $2,000. So anytime you have a drinking fountain in the city of Palos Verdes Estates and you want to make it nicer, if you want to improve it, if maybe it's just old, it's not functional anymore, let's replace it, and we'll give you money to do that. Next slide. All of the members of your community participate in our classes. They're online. You can learn a whole host of things. We have the Know Your H2O water recycling tours there in El Segundo, and we're happy to help you guys promote these things and make it available for your residents. And then, of course, workforce development. Every time I come up to the Palos Verdes Peninsula, I get to meet with a handful of engineers. You guys are engaged in technical issues. You're engaged in environmentalism. You have children. We want them to work in the water industry. So let's promote the water industry and make sure that all of our communities are represented in our industry. It's a great industry. It's helped me and my family, and I love it. I love working here every day. And here's our website and all of our social media platforms. So thank you so much for this time. I greatly appreciate it. Carrie, thank you so much for the conversation beforehand. I look forward to working with you and your team, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thanks for that. It did kind of come out of, that water, the million-year water reclamation project at the golf course, but but it's terrific, and it was great when that was finally launched. We talked about, well, first of all, I'd say never in a million years would I drink out of that drinking fountain. So I'm just shocked that you would. So you're still standing.
Yeah.
That's good.
It was a good story anyway.
Yeah. So, and we talked a little bit about, we have a tennis club. We have obviously the golf club, the tennis club, stables, beach club. We would love to have, I think that's on your radar, right, City Manager, to kind of talk about the water filling stations for this.
Yeah, I did share that information with all of our concessions. I didn't continue to press them, but I would like to follow up on the amazing drinking fountain we have here. Ironically, today, as I was leaving for lunch, there was 2 cyclists who parked right in front of the front door, and I started talking to them, and they said, this is like a little-known secret of a good place to stop and use the restroom.
Oh.
Well, maybe we can make it a good place to start.
And they said,
they filled their water bottle.
if we could only have somewhere to fill our water bottles. This happened today, EJ. So I guess I'll be following up with you. And I do have to apologize to the community and the council For some reason in my brain, this was going to be about firescaping, so thanks for covering that a little bit. This was fascinating. I don't know why it's on me. We noticed it this way, but that was really interesting.
Yeah, and I think for me, my interest, when I had met with Tommy and said, why don't you, he kind of said, we do presentation like you do. So there are so many, well, I love that most people don't know where their water comes from, so that's always sort of, especially for a Southern Californian, that's probably a real bone of contention for Northern Californians, that we don't know where our water comes from. But I loved I didn't know that there were all those resident programs. We have a lot of partners, West Basin, Cal Water, we have tons of partners that have lots of resident programs that we don't really tap into. Maybe sometimes because there you go. Good one, man. But sorry, David was going to say something.
Yeah, I have a question for Carrie. Is there any way that this group might help us with the Lanada Bay Fountain? Speaking of fountains.
Your city attorney just whispered that in my ear, and I wrote it down.
We think alike.
And we will follow up. Do you guys do dog bowl water station? No, we'll follow
We
up.
do.
Yes, they sure will.
Manhattan Beach Pier. So,
All right. Yeah, so I'll
So the
follow
new-
up.
That
Yeah.
would be great if you could help out.
Drinking fountain.
Look at that.
Drinking
I'm
fountain,
sure that
dog
would be
fountain.
appreciated. For real.
That's great.
Yeah.
I have one quick question.
We could fill it with groundwater.
You mentioned that the groundwater in Palos Verdes is not potable. I'm curious if you could just expand on that a little bit. And what I'll make note of that we do seem to have some springs that are, for example, in this building, we have a river actually in our basement.
Yeah.
So we are aware that there's some sort of groundwater, but I think we're still trying to understand that actually.
So it's really important to note that groundwater is extremely complex. Typically where you have a groundwater well and you're pulling and treating, you have a large quantity of water beneath you that you can access and pull. Ultimately, and I would tell you that I've had the great fortune of working for West Basin for a little over 20 years. This has been looked at my entire career here. We've partnered with the Water Replenishment District and Cal Water Service Company and West Basin together to look to see. And ultimately, it comes down to the total cost and how you would collect it, pull it, and then treat it. When I say it's not potable, you can pull it and utilize minor treatment, but gathering enough in order to treat a large quantity that would make it affordable is difficult. And when I say affordable, West Basin, we charge a little over $2,100 for 326,000 gallons. That's enough water for 3 families of 4 for an entire year. You would need several different gathering sites in order to do that, to produce enough water to really help. And then the cost of that water would be extremely expensive. And I'll use this as a small example. The city of Santa Monica does an amazing job of gathering and collecting stormwater. When there are storms, they do an amazing job. They have a Smurf recycling facility is what it's called. And it's great, but it's almost 3 times the cost of what you could treat elsewhere. And so it almost becomes cost prohibitive for a community to pay for that. But I'm happy to work with Carrie and revisit this. I actually got a text message from the city of Rancho Palos Verdes on my way here, asking me the same question. They said, hey, let's revisit this. So we're always willing to look at it, but it has been a very difficult issue, and I know that the communities up here are very much impacted by it.
Is it the same as with irrigation, purposing for irrigation?
So when you're going to purpose for irrigation, again, you need to get it to that area where you're going to irrigate.
But do you have to
Treat
it?
Yes, yeah, and convey it.
Yeah.
So moving water around the Palos Verdes Peninsula is not that easy. To get it to the Palos Verdes Golf Club, we have multiple sites, pump station to get it up and to move it around. And so water's not easy. It's a great job. I still stand by that. But it's just not an easy task. People like Tommy, they have a difficult job.
Well, that sounds like then that would be something that we need a peninsula-wide strategy for capturing, because it's even more expensive if you try to, I don't know, Rolling Hills. If you try to do city by city, Rolling Hills maybe it's not, maybe they are, I don't know. But that seems like that ought to be a peninsula-wide. I know David's always advocating for peninsula-wide approaches to problems. I mean, that seems like that makes more sense than every city trying to kind of capture their own. I don't
think
know,
the
maybe it doesn't,
The problem may be is
moving it.
moving it in where the water, like, we've got the aquifer underneath this part, but Rancho doesn't have that, and there's a lot of different geological changes throughout the peninsula, but anything we could do to partner together with our neighbors would be awesome.
Let's revisit.
Yeah.
Let's revisit.
I mean, I think Rancho's dumping a lot,
We're all
of
in this
water
big
out
work.
into the ocean. It seems like we ought to do something else with that. Yeah.
Yeah. And if you can come up with any other ideas of how we might, if we did find a solution, how we might find some funding, federal, state, county, whatever, that would be right up the alley.
I know a peninsula-wide solution that Rancho pays for. Yes.
Or at least use the funding formula. We're on the hook for what, 30?
Yeah.
As opposed to 100?
So, and for the longer range, do you do work with desalination as well? Is that into your purview?
So we have, so West Basin Municipal Water District had an extensive ocean water desalination program. We started with a pilot facility in El Segundo, moved to a demonstration facility in the city of Redondo Beach. Ultimately, we certified an EIR on a project that was going to be located in the city of El Segundo. But ultimately, it's 20 MGD, which is a fairly small facility. The cost, I think, was going to be a pretty significant impact to our communities. And that goes back to the kind of the groundwater issue is you have to make it affordable to really get public support behind it. And ocean water desalination, I think, was going to be in the $3,500 range per acre foot that I mentioned earlier. And we have groundwater resources down below the peninsula that we can tap into. And it's underutilized, and it's 100% sustainable. So our communities need to rally around that. It's the cheapest water available, groundwater. And so we're working on that, but.
Has that been priced? Do we know what the magnitude of the effort is financially?
For ocean water desalination? For
In ground.
So in ground, when you have a managed aquifer, and so this area, you're represented by Rob Catherman on the Water Replenishment District. So the West Coast Basin actually comes up until it's geologically, the water won't actually flow and it stops. So the South Bay in general has a dense clay layer, which is great for certain things, but water's not, stormwater's not going to percolate into the ground. And so you have to actually inject it. So we have the ocean water barrier that goes all the way down Prospect, all the way up into El Segundo, and the county actually injects it in there. But the nice thing is you can pull that water out, and it's very affordable. So it's expensive to put it in, but cheap to get it out.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Wild.
Can we get, city manager, can we get the events that he mentioned that are here on the peninsula advertised onto our website and pushed out to our residents? Because, I mean, our residents can go to Rolling Hills Estates and they can actually, I bet a lot of people would like to go over to the UCLA campus. I know, I've never been over there, so.
That would be
yeah,
great.
Can we advertise those? We can come too, right? It's not just for them? We can go. We're invited. Perfect.
Awesome.
Great.
Appreciate your time.
Oh,
Thank-
sorry, public speaker.
One of the attributes of our water system here is the height difference, and I'm sure you have a network of pumps to get the water to the top of the hill. I'm curious about how reliable that is if power goes out, and particularly as with respect to fire hydrants, which your water supplies.
Mm-hmm. So there are several different pumps, but also backup pumps. So you're actually served by Cal Water Service Company up here. So you have many a reservoir. So in an emergency, if power were to go out, you would rely on the totality of the water inside those tanks because that all can be pushed down through gravity. So you wouldn't need the pumps to release water. You would need pumps to refill. And so what you would do in case of an emergency is you would rely on backup generators. You would actually, and we all attended the event at the Palos Verdes Reservoir. So they now have a dip tank here. There's another dip tank at the Rancho Palos Verdes City Hall.
City Hall, yep.
And so you'd basically be utilizing those. You'd be utilizing backup generators to get water to either site. So you would actually have a little redundancy in the system. And then, of course, you would have all of the reservoirs that you currently have stored, and so that water would all be utilized in case of an emergency. So it'd be kind of a all hands on deck and all resources on deck.
Is there any likelihood of running out of water?
As far as in an emergency, that can obviously happen if you look at what happened in the Palisades. You know, a lot of people talked about water supply there. I would argue that California at that time had more, or Southern California had more water supply than we had really ever had. It was what they'd call a record put. But ultimately, you have that issue. Once you lose one home, each home that is compromised in a fire is basically like a leak. So you lose the home, but it's still connected to the system. And you can imagine as the fire spread up and over, now you have more and more holes. And it would be the same thing as if you had a straw of water and you poke a bunch of holes in there, the water just tends to go out. At the top, at the end of the straw, it's difficult to push water through all of those. So that is a situation that clearly everybody's looking at. But up in the Palos Verdes Peninsula, what I would say is, you know, you do have redundancy in your system, which to me is kind of the saving.
And there's also discussion about adding additional capacity, speaking of near the golf club. So,
Yeah.
awesome. Thank you very, very much for coming, for your
Thank you.
presentation.
Really
Thank you
good.
for the
Thank you.
invitation.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that was a very effective use of time. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for coming.
On to communications from the public. Valerie Gorsuch.
I'm Valerie Gorsuch, Palos Verdes Estates Neighborhood Watch President and the Area Coordinator for Malaga Cove. You want to know your neighbors and your Palos Verdes Police Force? We're still taking sign-up for the street meet, and as you know, a street meet is an informal gathering of local neighbors to get to know each other and hear what is going on in their neighborhood. They're short meetings, they last about an hour, and you have an opportunity of getting your questions. The host even designs the questions, and you will find out things about crime and prevention in your neighborhood. To sign up for a street meet, go to our website, pvenw.org. And we're building our teamwork here in Neighborhood Watch, and we've actually added some brand new block captains. We're so thrilled to get more block captains, but we still have a long way to go to reach our goal of having a block captain on every street. So think about it. It's not such a horrendous obligation for you because a lot of our communication is done electronically anyway. So think about the fact that maybe you have a more free time, be a block captain. Are you aware of a new program that California is adding to protect our privacy? It's called DROP. And if you're a California resident, you can go online and enroll, and it will take your data and then have it scrubbed from places starting August 1st, 2026. This is a free program. You can go online and you can sign up for this and enter your information. It will verify that you're a resident. And the way to find out more about the program is privacy.ca.gov. I'm going to repeat that again. It's privacy.ca.gov. Seems most people don't know about this, and it's brand new. They haven't even started scrubbing the data yet because that won't happen until August 1st. But be aware of this program and go online and research it. I found out by accident. I hope that you will also find out about it as well. Thank you for your time.
That was a great nugget. Thank you. I did not know about that one. Very good. That's the only card I have for communications to the public. Others? Darcel?
Hi. A couple of different important things, but allow me to start with the positive. So last week, I communicated with someone on our peninsula here that you all know very well, Jerry Murray, who is the current president of the Malaga Cove Beautification Project. He's actually the exiting president. He happens to be my State Farm insurance person who was so helpful and let me know that we are not considered in a highly hazardous environment. I will pass it on to the city. I wish I had the definition in front of me right now, but really that's just one small thing. But that's a big deal to be aware of, and for our citizens to be aware of that when we're thinking about the fire abatement and whatnot, and our own homeowners insurance. You can push back on that. But what was so wonderful is when I was speaking to him about this time of the year and the trails that are developing and how really the pollinators are very slow to come up right now, very delayed. And I talked to him about Lot O and bringing it back to the native garden that it was designated as. He was willing to donate milkweed and give us other abilities to buy pollinating, inducing plants into this native garden. And I hope that the city welcomes that. Also, he's going to be supporting a nursery school nearby with their own project if they so wish to take the opportunity. So I was just really thrilled because in a time when we're hearing about taxes, in a time when the economy is really squeezing us from each direction, I thought that was refreshing. Another point was I went to the City Hall yesterday to let them know that while I appreciated the agenda being put out whenever it could, the city's policy is that a resident needs to give their pictures or whatnot that they may want to put up, right, on that Thursday. That doesn't work. That timing isn't working, and I've actually missed several times from being able to do that. And then this last one was quite later, and we discussed it, and so I really feel confident that that can be worked out. But residents need to be able to post things, even at the very least on the Monday preceding the Tuesday meeting, because you need time to think about what you want to say and show.
You're at the time edge.
Thanks.
Awesome. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I met with Darcel yesterday, and there's some confusion on our website. I don't really know. I don't know where it came from, but what's posted on our website I read about 7 times, and I don't understand what we were trying to communicate. But this is a policy we've been following. It follows the Planning Commission. If you have your documents into us by noon on Monday before the council meeting, we will post it. If it comes in afternoon on that day, then we're committed to distributing it to the council, and it either way becomes part of the official record. So we're already working to change what's on the website, and so noon on Monday is when we'll be accepting items.
Progress. Thank you. Any other public comment on non-agenda items? Hearing none. On to the consent agenda, items 1 through 5, as follows: approval of warrants, city council meeting actions, planning commission meeting actions, letter of support for AB 217 on fire hazard severity zones, speaking of which. Number 5 is approval of amendment to the Bennett Landscaping citywide landscape maintenance services, eliminating the use of herbicides in most areas of the city. Do any council members wish to pull or discuss any of those items?
I hate to do this, but I have a couple brief comments on the Bennett amendment. I'm sorry about that.
No problem.
They're small.
Number 5.
Yep, number 5. Any others? Is there any public comment on agenda items 1 through 4? Hearing none of those, can I have a motion to approve items 1 through 4?
I'll move to approve 1 through 4.
Second.
Okay, moved Mayor Pro Tem, second Councilmember Lozey, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Did you say aye?
Aye.
Great. Unanimous. I didn't hear you. On to item number 5, which we will hear approval of amendment number 4 to the Bennett Landscaping contract. Do you want to report, or you just want to go to your questions?
I could go straight to my questions.
Great.
Yeah. So it really just two main questions, I think. So it refers to a 6-year kind of option contract to renew for successive 1-year terms. I assume that that does not change. And do we know which of those successive, I didn't try to do the math myself, are we in 2 out of 6 at this point, or something? Okay, that's okay. Yeah, but basically the intent is we would continue to have the option to renew it for, if doing the math quickly, it looks like probably 4 more years, potentially.
Yeah, Councilmember, or Mayor Pro Tem Lazaro, I'd have to pull out the contract and kind of look at the dates.
Okay.
My understanding is the contract, the intention of the contract is to allow for the city manager to make extensions by the end of the year going forward.
Okay.
I don't know, I can follow up and give you the timeline on when that is.
All right, and then the only other question or comment was related to just a little bit of ambiguity that I saw in the changes.
Where?
Let me find it, I'm sorry.
You're in the resolution?
Yeah, hold on. Yeah.
The amendment.
Yeah,
You mean the
in the
amendment?
amendment. It's, sorry.
You're fine, no rush, relax.
Yeah.
Subsection 13, crossed out?
Well, there were 2, but let me start. I'll maybe go in reverse order here. So, where it adds limited chemical application, so it says chemical application is limited to selected areas within the city as outlined in Exhibit B.
So section 15.
Yeah, and then selected areas include areas with limited pedestrian access, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I wanted to just clarify, because Exhibit B seems to have the green outlined sections, which is where, from what I can tell, where the intention is to continue to allow the use of herbicide. The intent is not sort of an and, right? It's basically, it's the green areas, period, right? And there isn't really anywhere else that we intend to allow it, because the way it's written, it's sort of, again, it's a little bit ambiguous. It's limited to selected areas as outlined in Exhibit B. You know, Exhibit B references the green option 2A. And so, in theory, I almost feel like the sentence could just end there, and it doesn't need to then say selected areas includes areas with limited da-da-da. I mean, technically, those are almost saying the same thing, but you have one thing that's more specific and technically inclusive. So do we even need that second sentence? Which adds a little bit of ambiguity.
Is that for Trevor?
Is that a question for the city
That
attorney?
might be a Trevor question, yeah. Could we just, would it almost be better to say chemical application is limited to selected areas within the city as outlined in Exhibit B, period? Drop that other sentence. It's kind of just crystal clear at that point.
Yeah, I don't see an issue with delete the second sentence. I assume it's put it in there for clarity to explain.
Kind of why. It's more of a why, not a what, but, you know.
Sure, no issue
Yeah.
with deleting it.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I understand your intent. The point is, this is to hold the contractor accountable, and it potentially doesn't need to be explained, so.
Right. It's almost more clear without that
Yeah.
second sentence, so. So, yeah, I mean, I think other than that, it all basically looked fine to me. There was one other small thing. Let me just see if I can find it really fast. It was, I think it might have been in the recitals. Let's see. Oh, yeah. So I think under F in the recitals, the city desires to limit the use of chemicals application. I think it's chemical application in selected areas within the city. Selected areas include, it's the city desires to limit the use of chemical application to selected areas within the city. It should say to, not in. I'm being nitpicky here,
It's
but
fine.
just trying to make it as clear as
I'm really
humanly.
missing Kenny right now.
Yeah. So, and then again, there's the other recital that, but I think in the recitals that's fine. So I think we could just make that one small change to F, the one other change, and then I'd be ready to approve it as is. Yeah.
Okay. Is there any public comment on this item? Come on up. Yep. Come on up.
And while she's coming up, I'll just make the comment that I'm very happy we're doing this. It's a really dramatic reduction to the amount of herbicide that's being used. You know, I thank my colleagues on the council and the community members who came to speak. I mean, I think this is a big win for the community.
Councilmember Lazaro, I couldn't disagree with you more.
Okay.
And as stewards of our environment, you're allowing a forever chemical to poison our soil. Just a little bit ago, we talked about the robust water table we have. That water table seeds to Meliga Creek eventually, then goes down. Children have been known to acquire tumors from swimming in polluted water. As such, many things, just a moment, many conditions come from this. I'd like to reference Beyond Pesticides as an organization that offers so many fantastic mitigation practices that are established, that we should at the very least be as progressive as Torrance, that is no longer spraying. But we're better than that, I thought. We are a beautiful parkland. But our children are slowly going to be poisoned. It's a low-grade exposure that happens with this forever chemical. It's a neurodegenerative thing. So they're playing at the school. That, by the way, I take exception with these areas that have been chosen to be sprayed. They defy your very definition of where you can spray. As I read this, A4 runs the walkway that would take us to St. Francis Church. Below that slope is Town and Country Nursery School. My children have enjoyed exploring that hillside for natural sciences. And I know I've mentioned this before, but I want to mention it again as an example of what this city council is compromising. My daughter is graduating from Northeastern University in the next month. And many of her classmates at Town and Country have very high educational paths that they've gone. 2 are Berkeley graduates this year. 1 is a Notre Dame Division I softball player. Another is a UCLA bioengineer, professional. My daughter is a writer and editor. When you think of children that are playing, then going to the park, then running in the running club, then going and sitting, it is a lifetime of exposure. And I want to implore the city council to not use it, to give us the chance
Thank you.
to not pollute our soils.
Thank you.
I'll just make a very brief follow-up
Go
comment. So, I certainly, I mean, the interesting thing here is I also wish we could not use any herbicide in the city. So I don't completely disagree with Darcel in that regard. But I think the reality is that we were under, and I hope that other residents who may be listening would understand this, is we had an existing contract with an existing contractor that we really honestly had no right to modify. And we negotiated with that contractor, and we found a pathway to modify an in-flight contract. That's what this is. This is a contract that's in the middle of its term, to modify it to reduce the use of herbicides during the term of the contract. And we've significantly reduced the herbicides. Now, we've talked as a council about further reducing the use of herbicides and possibly looking at other vendors, other solutions, integrated methods, et cetera, that will allow that to happen. But it's a process. So I hope for those listening who care passionately about this issue, as I do myself, understand that this isn't the end of the road. This isn't the end of the conversation. It's part of an ongoing conversation. And part of why this is a big win is because we were able to do this in the middle of a contract. That's also one of the reasons I was asking about what the renewal looks like, so that we can keep that in mind as we think about future renewals, future negotiations, and where this ultimately goes. So I hope that clarifies and perhaps gives Darcel some solace in the pathway that we're on. But I understand her concerns, so thank you.
Any other comments? Did you want to make a motion to approve with the changes directed?
Sure. So I'll move to approve the amended contract with the minor modifications that were previously discussed, the small adjustment to the recital, and the deletion of the second sentence as previously noted.
I'll second that.
Second.
Motioned by Mayor Pro Tem Lazaro, second Councilmember Quinn. All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed. Thank you. On to item 6, report on long-term pension obligations and analysis of contributing more than the normal payment to payments. And we have a staff report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and member of the City Council. As we make our seat shuffle, I'm going to turn this over to our Deputy City Manager, George Gabriel, to start off. We also have a member from, I think they're called True Comp now, and his name is Dan. I'm not going to attempt his last name, but there you go. So, George, take it away.
All right. Okay. So, Honorable Mayor Kemps and members of the City Council, tonight we're going to be discussing overview of the city's long-term pension obligations and an analysis behind contributing more than the normal required CalPERS payment amount. So, it should be mentioned that this isn't necessarily happening in a vacuum. This is a discussion that's been ongoing. We'll discuss a little bit of that history, but this was actually discussed recently as part of a goal setting that the City Council began last year, as well as a deliverable item that the City Council expected from staff within the fiscal year 25-26 budget process. So they expect, the City Council requested a deeper analysis of our long-term pension obligations. And obviously that focus area was kind of focusing on, what is it going to take in order to reduce our payment and kind of leveraging what we'll call later on in the presentation ADPs, or additional discretionary payments. And so tonight, as I mentioned, we're going to have GovInvest. GovInvest or True Comp. It's Dan Maskov. I'm going to say Matuszewicz.
Dan is fine.
Sorry, Dan. Dan is part of True Comp / GovInvest, and he's a former finance director at the city of Newport Beach, but has become an expert in terms of pension analysis and working with the city. And he has a lot of history working with the city for some time. But as mentioned earlier, this all began with the creation of a pension ad hoc committee. In August 2019, the City Council established that committee. It was led by current Mayor Kemps and current Councilmember Losey. And they basically shaped various findings and made recommendations as part of that ad hoc committee, which resulted in a report. And so that report then resulted in 2022 with the pension funding policy as well. And we'll kind of discuss that a little bit more. But I kind of want to provide a lay of the land here in terms of what we've been doing and what's been our payments. So there's a series of payments, but I'm going to focus on two particular ones. This is what we call our UAL and ADPs. So UAL stands for unfunded actuarial liabilities, and basically this goes to reflect the additional payments beyond what the city contributes as part of what we call the normal payment. So whenever an individual that works for the city, whenever an individual works for the city, he also has a contribution that is provided by the city, so that it's employer funded and employee funded. And so the city and the employee share what that funding is. And so that's the normal payment. But what we have on top of that is what we call unfunded actuarial liability. So what what CalPERS does not make up in terms of their investment returns, and as well as those normal contributing amounts, the city pays an additional amount called these UAL payments. And so we've discussed this at the last fiscal year 26-27 budget development discussion, and how our UAL was going up from about 1.8 million to about a little over 2 million. And so the city is expecting that UAL for the next fiscal year, and as you can see, it's been steadily rising. The city has made efforts in order to mitigate those impacts and reduce that UAL, and it's resulted in about a little over $2 million in additional discretionary payments from fiscal year 21-22 through fiscal year 23-24. Obviously, the city's been in a budget deficit for the last 2 years, and so the city has not made additional discretionary payments at the council's direction in order to safeguard our fund balance. So obviously this comes at a really important time, and something that is very top of mind, not only to the council, but to the community. So I'm gonna hand it over to Dan. He's gonna go over a variety of scenarios. But basically, Dan's been helping us since the Pension Ad Hoc Committee was formed. And he's going to go over a variety of assumptions, how CalPERS is performing, and scenarios in order to achieve what we would be in compliance with our pension funding policy. And just to reiterate, the pension funding policy that was adopted in 2022 basically set a goal. And that goal was that the city should strive to reach a 90% funded ratio within their funded assets. And so Dan will go over the funded status, and what the outstanding liabilities are in his presentation. And with that said, I'm going to hand it over to Dan, and very briefly, I'm going to try to move this screen over just so that so the council and the community can see Dan as well. Give me 1 second. Not working right now. You'll see Dan later. Okay. Dan, just go ahead and tell me when you need me to go to the next slide.
Sure. Can you hear me fine? Okay, very good. Why don't we advance to the next slide? So, in determining what your pension obligation, pension obligation and how much funding there should be today, the actuaries start by really looking at a number of different assumptions that say, essentially at retirement, what your pension obligation would be to that employee. And then based on their long-term expected rate of return, they're able to discount that future projected benefit to what you would expect to have in the bank today, and that is the basis in which they form that accrued liability as it exists today, and that is the measurement of when we determine an unfunded liability, it's really the difference between that discounted future projected benefit, which is your accrued liability today, plus the assets that you have with CalPERS would be your unfunded liability. There are a number of different economic assumptions that actuaries use, but there's none that is more impactful really than investment income. You can think of during their service lives, the city starts to contribute during maybe a 30-year history, service history, and then another 30 years in retirement. So all that investment compounding typically offsets the cost of your promised benefit by 50 to 60%. So when there is variation in investment income, it has an extraordinary impact on local agencies. And so next slide, please. What we can...
1 second, Dan.
Sure.
George, I think it's fine if we just see the slides.
I actually wanted to see the
Everybody wins.
Go ahead.
So what we'll see on the next slide is really a history of CalPERS's investment earnings. And we have to think, so back for, in the early 80s to where we are today, fixed income has really been on a 40-year slide. Back in the 80s, we had double-digit fixed income and bottomed out just prior to the pandemic, where we had this long period where of extraordinary loose fiscal and monetary policy, where it wasn't uncommon for fixed income to be earning less than 0.5%. In fact, the 10-year Treasury bottomed out, I believe, in August of 21 at less than 0.5%. So if you think about a typical portfolio where 40% of that is fixed income, and CalPERS is trying to earn something close to their expected rate of return. It used to be as high as 8.75% and has drifted all the way down to 6.8%. A lot of that had to do with the drifting of what you could expect on a Treasury bond. Now that has reversed course, and so there are some upsides to that. as well as, as well as some downsides of higher interest costs, higher expected inflation that really came as a result of started out with all the fiscal stimulus that was pumped into the economies, during the COVID pandemic. All that extra money that was distributed, as well as some supply chain disruptions and folks that were sequestered in the household. All of a sudden, we saw a boom of spending, inflation rising, and the Fed having to raise interest in order to tamp down some of that excess spending. The bright spot on this is, if you notice on the bottom, through June 30th of 25, which includes their favorable return as of the latest fiscal year. You're going to hear that as 11.6. I'm also going to refer to that same year as a 12.1% return, which is a difference between what the financial office reports the final return and what the investment office reports that return, and what the financial office actually used to allocate investment income to each individual plan. And it is the 12.1% that we'll talk about later is really what's most meaningful to communities, because that's how investment income is apportioned to each of the individual plans. But if you look at the compound annual returns, the 1-year, 5-year, 10-year, 20, and 30-year returns for June 30th, 2025, all but the 20-year return is just below their current expected long-term rate of return of 6.8%. So we do see that, and you see my footnote in the bottom left-hand corner about that difference, pesky difference between the investment office and the financial office. But I can't get those two parties to agree on how to report that without creating some confusion. Next slide, please. So 2025 also coincided with their 4-year experience study. So that's when the actuaries kick the tires and determine how actual events aligned with our actual assumptions. And during probably the most significant thing that came out of this experience study was the decision not to change the discount rate at all. That is what moves the needle the most. Obviously their long-term inflation rate of return was nudged up 20 basis points, as was the wage growth assumption. Those are much smaller in comparison to any impact to the change in the discount rate. Again, largely due to that 40 to 60 year compounding, that long horizon. So again, the key takeaway: no change to the discount rate. So we're expecting relatively small changes as a result. Next slide, please. So let's take a look at, on the next slide, how kind of a historical trend of your funded status as it compares to both CalPERS and what changed. You can notice that I've got a small table of investment return, the assumptions and actual return, and you can see during those years. 22 was highlighted that there was a significant increase in your unfunded liability. Well, there were two things that really contributed to that. Number one, the minus 7.5% investment return, which, after considering that they expected to earn 6.8, it was really an experience loss or funding loss of almost 14.3%. since you were only about 68% funded, you didn't realize that full 14%, but you did see roughly a 10% swing in your funded status in that 1 year. You notice in their assumption, they also changed the discount rate in that year. That was the last noted change in their discount rate of 20 basis points where it's been. And since they only review the discount rate or the experience studies once every 4 years, essentially that discount rate is locked in for another 4-year period. So I wouldn't worry about that changing in the near term. And even in the last capital market assumptions, there was some case to actually, the investment office, that there may have a case to actually increase the discount rates slightly, maybe 0.1%. In the end of the day, the actuarial office felt that that wasn't a significant enough change to merit a change to the discount rate, so they're kind of holding steady at that 6.8%, and we'll see how things go in the next couple of years. Next slide, please. So just a quick comparison to your neighbors. Gosh, just prior to COVID, there were, interest rates had really bottomed out, and you saw a number of cities issue pension obligation bonds. And so when you look at their funded status, note that while the assets are included in this equation, including the pension obligation bonds that they issued are included, because they issued debt, and those assets were sent to PERS, but that is not a part of their accrued liability. That's another liability that is recorded elsewhere. So while just pick on Carson, they're showing 93% funded. What's disingenuous about that is they've got another liability to the bondholders for whatever amount that they issued pensions for. So when you really exclude all those agencies that issued pension or lease revenue bonds to essentially refinance some of their unfunded liability, the rest of the pack, you can see you're kind of in the middle of the pack with the other agencies, about 71%. And George, if I can ask you to back up 2 slides to the funded status history. What we can see on the CalPERS funded status as of June 30th of 24, CalPERS, the system in total is about 75% funded, and in 25 they're projecting to be about 79% funded. So you're roughly just behind CalPERS by about five percentage points. And that may be one way to look at it, but they are proud of their funding improvement over the last several years. When we look at the base case scenario, as you were on slide 13, you see that including that 12.1% return, or what's noted by the investment office, 11.6, when we include that favorable return for 2025, and then assume that they earn a 6.8% return thereafter, and we assume the city makes their required employer contributions, but no further additional discretionary payments, that portion that George was referring to before, that UAL payment is that self-correcting mechanism to get you back to fully funded status. So each year you're paying off, just by making that payment, you're paying off about 1 to 1.5% of principal each year, improving your funded status, if all future actuarial assumptions were true. If you were to go back and review that funding history, we know they earn their long-term rate of return by a series of of misses above and below that expected return, and things as they average out will get there. So when we look at this picture and say, well, we'll be funded in 2034 if all future assumptions, it's going to be a lumpier ride. It's not a linear process to get there, but on average, over time, they are earning their expected rate of return. And under those big caveats, if they earned a linear return of 6.8%, that you would be fully funded, you would reach your 90% funded status. You'd be at 91.52% funded status by 2034. Next slide, please. So, and just to give you an idea where you were in the valuation that you have in hand, which is the 2024 valuation that was received in August of 25, your peak payment, excuse me, that note on the top, instead of your previous peak payment, instead of 2829, that should have said 3132. We see that at that peak, that was your former peak. Now, when you reflect the 12.1% return, it reduces your peak payment from $2.4 million to $2.1 in 32, and really your new peak is in 28-29 of 2.2 million is what you should expect when you receive your val in in August of 26 for your 28 for your 27 28 budget, excuse me. Next slide, please. So this just puts it all together, both as though that normal cost is represented in orange, and you can think of that as the cost of your annual service credit, which assumes, what's very important to note, that normal cost presumes that CalPERS, or is a presumption that CalPERS will earn 6.8%. And that's why when they don't earn 6.8%, they've effectively said, well, we've undercharged you for your normal costs in those prior years. And so you can see all of the volatility is in the purple area. And you may wonder, well, why are we seeing such especially after we've had a couple years of favorable returns, why is it peaking in 28, 29. So if we think about that loss, that 14.3% experience loss that occurred in 2022, there are 2 years before you start paying on that 22 loss. And then that investment losses are phased in over a 5-year period. So we're talking about a 7-year period between the 22 loss and when your highest payment would be on that 14.3% loss. And you can see that's lining up quite nicely with where your payment is peaking, and why it's peaking in 28, 29 is because you're still that loss in 22 is still ramping up and peaking in 28, 29. So next slide, please. So we looked at a number of assumptions based on your long-term plan, what your what was included. We looked at a kind of a base case scenario. Next slide, please, and a more pessimistic scenario. It's always good to take a look at, what if things don't plan out. So really, scenario 2 is I call it optimistic scenario. It's really your base case, probably, that CalPERS earns exactly 6.8%. And then scenario 1 is your more pessimistic scenario, where CalPERS on average earns only 6.6% starting in 25-26 and all future subsequent years. Your long-term plan included a $1.3 million ADP starting in 26-27, going through through fiscal year 34-35. After that, no further ADPs are planned. Okay, so next slide, please. So under those, under the assumption that CalPERS only earns 6%, and the 1.3, I believe, was developed to combat those chronic or persistent underperforming revenues. If that came to pass, what would the city need to contribute in order to still reach their goal in a reasonable period of time? And you can see that you're reaching that goal roughly in 2032, two years ahead of the base case scenario in 2034. And perhaps that difference came to be with the lower return, but not yet knowing that 12.1% return. So right now we're slightly ahead of schedule, 2 years under that scenario. Next slide, please. We can show. So the base case scenario, now that green line represents, includes the 12.1% return. But I've applied, I wanted to show you the difference between applying that 1.3 million ADPs to essentially your long amortization basis, which is represented in red. So you can see the savings are on the back end. Or if you applied, there's a fundamental difference and strategic difference in applying those ADPs to the front end. So it generally results in lower payments early on, but on the back end, you see that yellow line starting to run away as we've put in a chronic or persistent 6.1% return that would go on forever. So that's what that slide is. Now we go to scenario 1A, or still the same scenario. It's just do I have? Can you go to the next slide, George? Okay. I've got the wrong slide. Let's go back to the prior slide. I've got it mislabeled on the upper right, but you are this graph should be showing that you're reaching your funded status in 2030. So 2 years ahead of the previous, but we've got the wrong chart up there. And what we'll see as we scroll to the next slide is, again, if you look at the two options, assuming CalPERS are in 6.8%, and you have you continue to make, or you start to make $1.3 million ADPs from fiscal year 26-27 to 34-35, you can see how much that reduces your payment. Coincidentally, in 34-35, you essentially paid off your UAL on your safety plan, and those two lines meet. Typically, you would see that yellow line then cross, and you would have some period where you were realizing some your costs on the back end. But I do like this option 2B, where you're, if you chose to make those $1.3 million payments, provides you quite a bit of relief early on, and it's a nice transition to where you end up after your safety plan is paid off, and where that red line then continues. Next slide, please. So we can see the funded status difference. The green is your baseline, not reaching, doesn't show it on there, but you're not reaching your 90% goal until 2034. The scenario one, where you're assuming that CalPERS does not earn their expected rate of return of 6.8, but instead only earns 6%, that you wouldn't reach your goal until about 2032. And if CalPERS does indeed earn their expected long-term rate of return of 6.8%, that you would meet that goal in 2030, assuming all future actuarial assumptions, including investment returns, were met on a linear basis. So that's where where it improves. Next slide, please. So, I think, some of my observations that, you're making meaningful progress towards you're meeting your objectives. Just keep in mind that progress will likely be uneven as the market returns aren't linear, and so given that there will be some volatility in between years, in some years it may feel like you're pulling away from your trajectory, but market returns are lumpy, unfortunately. You're, based on where, the most current return, I think you're on track to, unless there are some radical losses in the market, that your peak year, at least from what we know today, will be 28, 29, and then you'll start seeing some relief. I mentioned two different ways to apply your ADPs, or those additional discretionary payments. Some will provide you that upfront savings in terms of your cash flow, versus having that savings on the back end that would does two things. It may pay off your unfunded liability a little sooner because it's paying the back end of the curve, and it would provide some back end credit. So for different communities, they're looking to balance. Legislators have a very difficult choice in funding the needs of the community and striking that balance between long-term and short-term needs. Next slide, please. I think we'll open it up to questions at this point. Unless, George, you want to, unless you had any further closing remarks.
No, Dan, I appreciate that. I know this is a very detailed analysis. I do want to say that, as you can tell, there's a lot of assumptions here, and there's a lot of things that are outside of our control, and there's some things that are in our control within the city. And obviously, these numbers can change over time, and so you'll see that. And I think that was showcased throughout this presentation: market assumptions, ADPs, all those sorts of things. Obviously, those scenarios are two of multiple scenarios that could happen, but obviously we aim to use the long-range planning document as a guide that was developed in the July 1 town hall of making $1.3 million ADPs. In that, obviously, that was somewhat of a guide, but obviously this is a council decision at the end of the day, and council will decide what is appropriate in terms of this. But obviously our goal as staff is to try to inform the council as how to best achieve the goal of reaching 90% funding status, and this makes an attempt to inform the council of what it takes. And with that being said, this is just a receive and file, but I'm sure council will have questions, and we welcome those questions.
Thank you very much, George. Well, first of all, let me commend the last slide, because A, when you invest with CalPERS, you're certainly rolling the dice. And B, in the middle between rolling the dice, you're in the red. So that couldn't possibly be a better depiction
Poor
of this
Dan.
problem than the last one. Dan, thank you for coming. We're grateful for you and for your efforts and what you do with GovInvest. I have some questions, but I'll save them. Shall we?
I've got questions.
Go ahead.
All right. I've never had an opportunity to speak to anyone from CalPERS or GovInvest, so this is a novice experience for me. I'm just going to ask a few questions to make sure I understood, what was a fairly complex and technical presentation, but very appreciated. So basically, if I understood it, in terms of cities that have not passed an additional bond to supplement their payments into the CalPERS system, we are basically smack dab in the middle of those cities. Is that a true and correct statement? Yeah.
At least on a regional basis, for the cities that we polled, another yardstick might be comparing yourself to where the pool on average is. So statewide, CalPERS is expected to be about 75%. So in that measurement, you're 5 percentage points behind, but acknowledging for that maybe 10% of agencies that issued pension obligation bonds, that 75% funded percentage that CalPERS reports is skewed slightly by those agencies that have either put pension obligation bonds or made significant additional discretionary payments.
Right. So to say that in very simple terms, the reason that the average is slightly higher than where we are is almost certainly because the average is pulled up by cities that have chosen to pass one of those supplemental bonds.
Correct.
Okay. And then, again, just clarifying my understanding, under some of the different scenarios that were discussed, if we made no further ADPs, or additional payments, essentially, the model projects that by approximately 2034, we would hit 90% or more funding, right?
Correct. And that assumes CalPERS earns 6.8%, no more, no less.
Right.
But that'll be the biggest driver of any variance.
Okay. And then if we, under sort of the pessimistic model with the 6% discount rate, it would be 2032 with additional ADPs. That would be with that 1.3 million for a few years there at least, right?
So just to be overly technical, we didn't assume a lower discount rate, so we didn't change the liability that would add additional. It's technically different than what we assumed. We just assumed CalPERS underperformed, and you realize those costs in a different manner.
Got it. Okay, but got it. Thank you. And that would still hit in 2032 then, under that.
So let's see. So the first would be. You're saying even with that, you would.
The scenario would be with the ADPs would be 90% by 2032, and I think it was 2030 under the pessimistic scenario.
Can you roll back the slides? So.
Yeah, to answer your question, Mayor Pro Tem Lazaro, yes, 2032 under a 6% pessimistic scenario,
and then
correct?
2030 with the optimistic. Okay, great. Okay, and so just a couple more questions. So, is there a point where the UAL payments, which is approximately $2 million for this coming year, is there a point where the UAL payments sort of automatically extinguish? Or how exactly does that work? Because I know that one of the potential goals here is to have more cash flow to the city by extinguishing this unfunded portion. So when or how would that happen?
Under the base case scenario where no additional ADPs, CalPERS earned 6.8%. There are no changes to actuarial assumptions. That would be in 2043, 44. So you see where that purple slide goes, or purple graph goes away.
Okay, got it. Okay, and that is with that's the no ADPs model.
Correct.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think we modeled it with the ADPs. Is that correct?
Yeah, we did.
What we did.
Okay.
So it looks a little different, but I know that's. I'm sorry, with the ADPs. So go to the next slide where you can see. So with ADPs, we showed them stopping in 34, 35, and under that scenario, they really, while the payment is significantly reduced, the term still continues. So it'd be, very similar to making, the payment comes down, but your term still remains the same, where it would be your last payment would be effectively where the red line and the green line meet in 43, 44.
Okay, but I guess then, if I'm understanding it correctly, it's fair to say that the payment really becomes quite small, and obviously those are future dollars as well, so that's even smaller, basically.
Correct.
Right? Okay, yeah. So basically, by somewhere around, it looks like somewhere around 2035, the payment really becomes quite small relative to the city budget. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Great. And then my last question relates to the sort of mix of what, drives the pension costs. And my understanding, and again, I'm hardly a pension expert here, is we have two types of pension programs for pre-2012 and post-2013 and forward. One is sort of called classic, I believe, right?
Correct.
Is part of what causes this liability to extinguish or hit the 90% goal at least, even with no ADPs by 2034, the fact that those classic pensions make up a smaller mix just with the passage of time?
Not really. It might, on the surface, appear that to be the case. Your cost of your annual service credit is coming down as they exit the workforce, but that liability doesn't drop off until those classics not only retire, but when they unfortunately meet their demise or expire.
Well,
got it.
And then their spouse gets it for as long as they live.
Correct.
Yeah. So, okay. So
if they chose that option.
It's not so much driven by that. Okay. That's a good clarification, because I've heard it different ways. Actually, I will ask you one more question. I guess this is sort of asking for your opinion. I have heard both before I was on the council and having been on the council now for about a year, a wide range of opinions about the pension liability, ranging from, frankly, incredibly dire predictions that our city is going to be destroyed by pensions, to people that shrug and say every city has pension liability. It's just simply not a big deal at all, and we shouldn't do anything about it. If you were helping us set good policy, where do you fall on that spectrum?
So in 2021, things were dire, where CalPERS was, we had quite a hill to climb, and investment expectations of reaching 6.8 were looking flimsy. I think we're in a better spot. The system is at 75% funded status, and with treasuries up over 4%, the CalPERS expects to earn 6.8% per more or more on average. So I wouldn't put it in a dire category. There is quite a lot of geopolitical tension that really could upend the apple cart. You have, can we roll back to the slide with the funded status history? So you do have essentially 52.7 as of 24. We're projecting close to 60 million invested in this turbulent market. Could you see some shocks? I think absolutely. I would expect to see shocks when you have nearly $60 million invested globally. And I think, so I think you should be prepared that you may see more stress caused by nearly, that market value of assets invested globally, and with the conflict going on, there could be a shock. But there's, unless we go into a deep, dark recession, that there's, nothing that leads me to believe that on a long-term basis, CalPERS is, appears to be reaching their expected rate of return. So the system is set up to be self-correcting. In the past, they had very bad amortization policies of how quickly they amortize those unfunded liabilities. It's sort of a tighter noose on cities, meaning they have to repay it and with any significant loss within 20 years. So I think it's managed significantly better. You have some tailwinds from both higher fixed income potential and long-term expected returns that seem to be supporting their long-term discount rate. So it doesn't seem like there is a structural deficit, but I would expect shocks. There will be, the market, for every collection of good years, there's usually a mix of a few bad years, and the city should be prepared that you will take a funding hit and then see, you may see some pension volatility spikes. It's not like fixed term debt where you're going to pay it off on a date certain and be done with this. This is more like managing an operating liability, much like workers' comp or general liability, where there's always going to be something hanging out there. There's going to be new trip and falls, new workers' comp claims, and the city just needs to manage this almost variable rate debt. So, anyways, that's my view.
Good.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Michael?
Yeah, Craig. David, do you want?
Oh, well, go ahead, Craig. I'll do it later.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Well, Dan, welcome. Thank you for your presentation. George, good job on your presentation as well. Michael, I believe that your dice comment is correct. I will have a pair of dice on your desk next time, because that's what we're going to live by here.
I hope that they'll be larger than the ones in the presentation.
They will certainly be.
And as long as we don't get sued for it, I'd like to have a CalPERS logo on it.
Oh, there you go. So with the variability, I mean, we also have infrastructure surprises that are coming down, emergencies, legal environment that we just talked about, other unknowns as well. including a revenue shortfall. So I have a series of questions to try to get to some ADPs, but also recognizing that revenue is critical to this overall equation. Dan, I had sent in these questions to try to make it easier. I will ask that they be responded to in writing as well, but I'm going to go through them verbally as quickly as possible. And some of them hopefully is pulling out comments that you made in your presentation with lots of numbers and graphs. So I just want to clarify those and get some answers. So with that, I think I've got about 7 or 8 questions. The first one, I believe the answer is 1.3 million on this question, but I'd like you to clarify that. Based on the current information, what additional annual contributions or additional payments would be required starting fiscal year 2030-27, or I'm sorry, 6/30/27, and over the following 10 years to appropriately address the pension liability?
That is if under the assumption that CalPERS only earns 6.6%?
6.8%, correct?
Well, if they earn 6.8%, if they earn 6.8%, you would reach 90% funded status without an ADP by 2034.
And then the recommended additional payment, as I understand it, if we decide to pay it down, and we can pay it down, would be 1.3 million per year in addition to our contribution?
So that amount is coming from your long-term plan. It is an aspirational goal. I wouldn't say it's a requirement.
Mm-hmm.
I think the primary requirement that we've set aside is that 90%. And so what's the pathway to get to 90%?
And by
what's
when?
been articulated.
Well, and by when?
And by when?
Well, I mean, that's a council
Right,
council
but that's the point.
decision.
That's the point.
At the end of the day.
Go ahead, Craig's got a list, sorry, but yeah.
So the next question is the funding target. Again, what is considered best practice in addressing this liability? Should we be targeting 100% or 90% moving forward?
So there isn't a single spot. A single. You've got agencies that vary from trying to get to 110% funded to aspiring to be 80% funded. But by council policy, you've identified that you're trying to maybe hit that in the middle at about 90%.
Okay, so 90% would be the appropriate based on.
No, the answer is it's up to you.
Yeah, I was just going to say based on what the council's perspective is. The discount rate assumptions in this presentation, 6.8% from CalPERS. What discount rate should be used for planning and modeling purposes? It seems historically that CalPERS keeps lowering their discount rate assumption, therefore increasing our liability. They've lowered it 5 times, as you know, or may know, in the last 20 years from 7.75 all the way down to 6.8%, resulting in significant increases in liability. You had mentioned that there's volatility, that there's a number of different scenarios. What do you think we should look at in terms of the lower end of that?
So assuming your time is your planning horizon around 10 years,
right?
Future plan. The reason I ask, CalPERS, going back to 1984, they've never lowered their discount rate more than 25 basis points in one, in a cycle. So if you were to assume two planning cycles, it might be reasonable to assume two. In a pessimistic scenario, maybe 50% on the downside and 50% on the upside, maybe only a 1/4% on the upside.
And I think it's also worth noting that CalPERS has committed to maintaining their discount rate for, I think it's 4 years?
For 4 years.
Correct.
He said in
Yeah.
his presentation, the experience study says there won't be a change for 4 years.
Yes.
But their performance may be changing, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
But that's not the discount rate. That's
Right.
the rate of return.
So the next is, I believe you touched on this. CalPERS has published the returns for full year 6/30/24 at 9.3% and 6/30/25 at 11.6%. Not yet reflected in the overall liability. As you mentioned, there's a 7-year tail in that.
So there's a 7-year tail on fully obtaining that credit, because they amortize gains and losses over a 20-year period. The 20 in terms of your funded status, that 9.3% is already reflected in your 6/30/24 val. It is the 11.6. It will be reflected in the val that you receive in August of 26, and that will immediately be reflected in your assets, lowering your unfunded liability. You won't receive the full peak credit for an additional 7 years, but starting in the 25 valuation, you will start receiving a credit in your UAL payment in 27-28, and then it'll be phased in over another 5 years, and where it will peak and remain level for the remaining 15 years. So 2 years no payment, 5 years of inclining payment, and then 15 years of level payment.
Thank you. The other question is sensitivity to payroll growth for our city. What are we using for the projected payroll growth in our model, and what would an increase of 1 or 2% in our hiring practices and payroll growth have relative to current projections and the annual funding?
So CalPERS in their latest valuation, if we were to roll back to their assumptions they approved in the experience study, assumes a wage growth assumption of 3%, and that is one factor. So and given that you are part of a risk pool, so your miscellaneous accrued liability is about 21 million, and your safety is about 24 million. The two together, as part of the safety pool, is a very, very small number, less than 0.2%. So any decision, any change the city makes has very little impact on your own non-investment liability loss. You're protected by the risk-sharing pool. You participate in the miscellaneous pool, which is about almost $25 billion. The safety pool is about $32 billion. So in aggregate, your proportionate share of any bad outcome that the city that were to happen at the city is less than 0.2%. It's actually 0.13%. However, so while you're protected from any city losses, anything that happens more on a statewide basis, like what happened out of COVID, higher inflation, putting pressure on wage growth assumption, where agencies across the state, not just a single entity, but the vast majority of agencies were giving out raises, far in excess of the 2.8% assumption, then you saw the negative impact of statewide trends, and you saw losses probably 700,000 each year, maybe even close to 800,000 during the years coming out of COVID. I expect that to subside, so you're affected more by the statewide trends, more so than anything the city decides to do.
Thank you. I have just a few more, Michael, but I'll let David go, and I'll come back if they're not answered.
Sure, go.
No, my biggest question, I wanted to go back to, given the 25, or the most recent valuation, and holding the assumptions consistent, if we were to put an additional $1.3 million into the pensions, if we had the flexibility and desire to do so, am I understanding that we would be at a 90% threshold in 2030 based upon those assumptions?
Correct.
And as far as I don't know if you've got any indication of how the Kelper's performance is for the past almost 9 months now, because the first, through December 31, I assume it was reasonable, but within the last 60 days or so, I'm concerned about them achieving their assumption return.
So through December, it was about 10-11%, and continued to improve. And we saw a lot of volatility. The last number I heard, the chief executive report, was 7.7 for the year. And I think a lot will depend on how long the Strait of Hormuz is kept closed. The longer it's closed, the longer that the markets impact, those costs bleed into the real economy, because it will impact, obviously, fuel prices, which we already see, but fertilizer will impact grocery prices, and really any end product. It'll become part of the inputs. So could we be looking at a global recession? I'd love to, it's too many moving parts, but I worry the longer that strait remains closed.
Let me just ask a hypothetical question. Because this city has scarce resources, as in cash, would your recommendation be that we make incremental payments on the pension liabilities, or retain that cash for future city needs and pay it on as-you-go basis? What would be your recommendation?
Really, it really depends on the city's expected cash flows on. So, yes, as at Newport Beach, I made frequent ADPs. They still continue that practice today, but you have to be careful not to overreach, so that if you're hit with a recession, finance directors, treasurers place a value not just on return on their investments, but also in budget flexibility and having liquidity and ultimately budget flexibility. So I'm not in a position to say how confident you are in your revenues, your current cash position, but you want to be measured to make sure, and I do ask this from other clients before they make large payments into the system, do they have the liquidity if things, if there are bad outcomes, whether it's, you know, on the revenue side or on the expense side.
Thank you.
Okay, so, and I'd said, and the mayor said he has a bunch of questions, and I bet we're generally in sync on this topic, so I bet his are probably the same as mine. But following up on your answer, Dan, to David, so when you were the finance director, did you try, it kind of sounds like you were trying to do some market timing when you were sending your ADPs. Did you do that, or was it more, you know, every July 1, we're going to send whatever our discretionary money was? I mean, because all of this, you know, just like anything else, when you're making an investment, you want to buy low and sell high, right? So if you're pumping money in when the markets are soaring and then they tank, you're in trouble. So how did you try to do that?
No, so CalPERS doesn't, you don't, they don't calculate an end of day value or net asset value at the end of the day, so that if you sent your money in on a particular day, you get the average for the year. So you're almost dollar cost averaging for the year when you send.
Average, okay.
And then we split up, you know, while we made large payments, we still spread them out over over months and years.
Yeah.
And you just have to be sure of your cash flows. You know, that's true.
Right.
Good finance director never runs out of money is the way I live by.
There you go. So I just had, this question really goes back to our pension ad hoc that we did in, was that 2019?
Yep.
Okay, 2019, holy cow. But I thought I saw on one of your slides, so we have what we would call 4 plans, right? We have a miscellaneous and a safety classic and a miscellaneous and a safety PEPRA. But have those all been merged? So
correct.
From an investment perspective, it's just miscellaneous and it's just safety?
Correct. They were effective 2024. I think for a variety of reasons, CalPERS decided to merge those benefit tiers or rate plans, as they call it. So you might, if you had fire, you might have 3 plans. You might have a safety fire, safety police, and miscellaneous, but that's, and maybe a lot, you know, maybe a lifeguard, but yeah.
So in 2019 with our pension ad hoc committee, one of the things that one of the recommendations we had, and we sent money, that when you see that little teeny bar of blue on the one chart when we sent money in 2020, fiscal year 2020, is that we said we wanted to keep our PEPRA plans fully funded. And we wanted to make sure that we didn't let those plans become a problem in the future. So we wanted those fully funded, and then we were going to attack the classic plans. But is there basically no way of doing that anymore and no way of tracking that anymore?
Not really. I mean, you can estimate based on their accrued liability what proportional share of the assets that you hold, but it's...
I mean, I guess theoretically, if you're managing your amortization schedules, or as you manage and as you make extra payments toward different amortization schedules, I guess you're kind of doing that. You know, you're attacking your classic versus your PEPRA. But yeah, well...
Well, I mean, they're combined now. So your classic and PEPRA are merged, so you would have to make a different concerted effort. And it's really just not practical.
You're still going after your highest amortization base when you go to make the payment anyway, right? So whatever the hell it's called, you're paying.
Yeah. Well, okay. All right, go ahead, Michael. Sorry. Or whomever.
Craig,
Sorry.
do you have more?
Just 2 quick ones. The first one is historically, CalPERS has performed below the S&P 500. General comments on why that is, and will there be any changes moving forward?
So really apples and oranges in terms of portfolios. So if you kind of looked at a spectrum of, the global bond market, then you might see CalPERS, each with their own annual expected volatility factor. And when you reach S&P, let's say the S&P 500, NASDAQ index, they're much further up on the spectrum of volatility, where CalPERS now, with their has an expected annual volatility of 12.7% in any given year. The S&P 500 probably tilts closer to 20% in any given year. And so those, while they hit the ball out of the park more often, the number of events that exceeded, that had negative drawdowns approaching or exceeding 10% or even getting close to 30% are much higher than CalPERS. So they don't hit it out of the park as often, but they tend to protect you from most of the downside losses, with the noticeable exception of the 2008 recession, where they incurred a minus 24% loss. But compared to the S&P 500, there were a lot more instances of those really bad years.
Okay, thank you. My last question is a follow-up to what Derek had mentioned. Why would a city fund at 100 or 110%? And would they use cash typically, or would it always or generally come from some sort of bond measure?
So the cities that do that are looking at that potential, the new amortization policies and the potential volatility in the market. And so while whatever their aspirational goal is, whether it's 90 or 100%, they've deemed it appropriate to have money outside of CalPERS, whether that's in a reserve or a 115 trust, to manage the liability, to manage the volatility associated, one, by the market, and two, by the more aggressive ramping amortization schedules. So that if they want to continue to provide service, they have some funds to draw on. So as there's that rapid increase in cost, that they can head that off. Because even if you're at 100% funded, and now you take a 10% loss in the market, CalPERS is going to turn around and send you a bill for that 10% loss. They don't care that you were at 100% funded. They know you just took a loss of 10%, and are going to send you a bill for 10% of that asset loss. And again, amortized over 20 years, ramped in over 5. And so agencies that had issued POBs thought they were done, had a market loss. Now they were paying a steep ramp up. And so it's volatility protection, or another way to think about it is it's service protection, to make sure that you can continue to provide the services to your community, and that's where I say not to, know your cash flows and be measured in your approach, so that you have the cash flows to endure a market downturn that it's very difficult to plan for.
Thanks, Dan.
Dan, can you go to the slide that shows the gold and the red, the scenarios? Actually, not
George, help me out.
George.
Yep.
So, aside from reducing risk, I think if you have a conversation that says, well, why the heck? Because you can't affect their investment decisions. You can't affect their investment performance. You can't affect what they politically invest in. And let's just talk about the fact that that's what it is. They're making political choices about what they invest in that's creating subpar returns. They're not even getting close to the S&P in many years, and their performance sucks. Ask me how I really feel. So the only reason to throw more money at it, to David's point, geez, I can't affect all that. Why would I take my good cash flow and throw it at it, other than the fact that I could, reassure my residents I was trying to control my debt? The real reason to do this is to actually experience improved cash flow by reducing the UAL commitment and reducing the UAL payment. So looking at your example, if I follow the gold down, right? If I'm making $1.3 million payments for several years, I'm ending up taking myself from about, sub to 1.8 million year after year after year as that green graph very subtly drops all the way into, is it 36, 37, where it starts to really drop? First of all, sorry to be a pessimist, but I don't buy that it's going to drop. I've been doing this too long. So from 28 to that period, if I follow the gold down, I effectively have gone to residents and said, look, by putting in $1.x million a year, I'm going to drive this debt down in order to save the city $1 million plus, $1.5 million per year that I can turn around and put into pick what's necessary. Is that true?
Yes, absolutely. And you can see the difference on paying the front end and the back end of the curve. I believe most of your ADPs focused on the back end of the curve and may have contributed to that downward slope on the back end because you were paying from the back forward.
Yep.
And it's created that dip. By focusing on the front end, you could drive that down. You can shape it however what to your cash flow needs.
Yeah, for me, all the actuarial analysis and the effects of CalPERS aside, that's it. That's the holy grail. Because at the end of the day, if we go to our residents and say, I want revenue for a number of things, and this is what that's going to look like, let's just admit the fact that a very small percentage of very, very intelligent people care about this subject. It's very small. And those people that are paying attention to this understand that gold graph. And by going to our residents and saying, look, I'm going to take some percentage of the additional revenue you give me, and I'm going to pay off my high-debt credit card, I know it's not the same, in order to achieve lower recurring payments on that credit card debt, and I'm going to turn around and deliver you services that you can benefit from. That's really the only control that we have and that we can have. So that's why I advocate for it. That's why I'm passionate about it. When three of us sitting here were elected, our UAL payment was about $800,000. Our debt was around $15 million as measured by those days' discount rate. Discount rate drops, our debt escalates over $21 million. Yeah, their performance starts to improve. But the reason I don't buy the bit about the graph dropping, despite the actuarial art, not science, is having watched over a 7-year period, and granted that's not 40 or 30, but over a 7-year period, our debt just grows. And it grows, and the UAL grows, and sure, oh no, don't worry, it's going to top out. Yeah, okay, sure. Theoretically, at some point when I'm off the council, that'll happen, and we'll celebrate with some champagne. But in the meantime, I think the difference that we can make is investing in dropping that overall debt, that overall UAL, in order to recover that payment cost on an annualized basis.
So you're.
I agree. I mean, it's managing this very expensive promise that all cities made as a result of when investment markets were doing great in the 90s, in the dot-com era.
Yep.
So it's a dense topic, as you pointed out, that very few people have their arms completely around. A lot is driven by the market success, and so these projections, to your point, are only as good as that assumption that CalPERS earns at 6.8%. We know that they've not earned that exactly. It's going to be above or below the line. So just, I think everybody's expectations ought to be, also measured that that progress will be made, will be very lumpy.
Sure, it'll be lumpy, it'll be variable over time, but if assuming you make a commitment to it and you address it, repeatedly over a period of time as as this is designed to provide experience, then, you're vastly improving your overall experience while not giving up your ability to address the rest, again, to your point, assuming the cash flow's there. This magic number of 1.3 million, I think we threw that, or I think George and I threw that to you. 1.3, and I know this is all scenarios based, but 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million. At what point in your experience, and maybe you can use Newport Beach as an example, at what point does it not make sense?
Well, if you've got the cash flows, there's no reason not to do this. Everybody wants a 15-year mortgage, or, well, heck, pay cash for your house. Then you can avoid a lot of interest costs.
That's a good comparison.
Not everybody can afford a 15-year mortgage, and it, might be rough. Not being able to put food on the table if you overreach on how aggressive you can pay down your liability. That's the only caveat. Otherwise, it's 6.8% that you're of costs that you're avoiding by paying it down.
Is it fair to say that in some ways this is more like a 30-year mortgage where you have the option to make additional payments? Because, obviously, depending on what a council decides to do,
sure.
but we don't have to make.
No, it's not structured. I only mean in terms of not overreaching, because while it's nice to have a 15-year mortgage, once you send that money to CalPERS, there's no getting it back.
Right. Yeah, that's valid. I think
that's what I meant to say.
I think the challenge is that, in looking at it like a mortgage, in a mortgage you have some hope of ever owning your house.
Right. Here, maybe not so much.
Here, you're never going to own your house. You're going to own the
renting.
dice. You're going to own those dice and that red question mark, but you're never going to own the house. And so it's a matter of management.
Yeah.
It's a matter of assumption. And you could get, Derek will appreciate this more than others when I say this. Getting 3 actuaries arguing with each other may or may not be worse than 3 lawyers arguing against each other, right?
Somebody.
But I think you have to you have to have a consistent commitment, because if you're in and out and in and out, we do it for 2 years and then we didn't do it for 3 and then you do it for 1,
You're kind of
because you've got to.
Well, now you're back to the cash flow requirement.
Because you've got, and you've got to, because you don't have the investment market crystal ball.
Right.
So you have to stay consistent, I think, because otherwise, if you're choppy all over the place and you inadvertently, you throw your money in when the market's right before the market's whatever it is, so I think you have to
pick a number
that you can live with, because you can always increase
Right.
that one, right?
Right.
So maybe you're conservative and, I don't know. Sorry, public comment or no?
There isn't any public comment.
Oh, okay.
Would anybody love to contribute to the actuarial discussion?
I think that if you're looking at the yellow, I would try and move it to the left. First of all, you 5 have more control over what's at the left compared to what happens after that. And second of all, the value of the money is more towards the left, and the yellow will move. The place where the yellow crosses the green will move to the left, if that's possible.
Well, so that means uneven payments starting higher. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I was trying to interpret your English there.
Wow,
Yep.
did not catch that.
So in other words,
How to
throw,
affect this more is to move to the left.
throw 3 million at it a couple of times. Let's assume we have the money and
It's
pretend,
easy for me to say.
let's pretend we do, right?
Yeah, but it's true, right?
No, your math
It's
is
math.
accurate.
Plus,
I agree.
The other thing that really bothers me about this is the whole thing is fraught with risk. There's risk everywhere, assuming this, assuming that.
That's the only thing that bothers you about this?
So, 6.5%, the 6.5% investment is not a safe investment. I can tell you that. You can tell me that too. So anything you do towards the left, first of all, you 5 guys and gals have more effect on that right now, because you're making the decisions right now and you've worked through this. That won't be the same later in 5, 10, 15 years. So affecting that yellow seems to be the right thing. That would be my vote.
Yep.
Be aware of these. There's risk everywhere in these assumptions about, but I can see you guys picked up on that, but it's kind of startling on the first time you catch one of these presentations.
Well, let's just be honest, and no insult to the employees intended. We're just talking about math here. The best thing to do, we can't do legally, and it's get the hell out of this and go into 401ks and defined benefit plans. That's the real answer. That protects defined contribution plans. That protects everyone. But we're straddled by law to a system that has this here. So all we can do is affect minor inputs and make intelligent decisions. That's it. All right, did we kill this?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, it's very informative.
Good presentation, though. Thanks, Dan.
David's
You're welcome.
Can we get to
Thank you for enduring.
Thank you. What I said?
Thank you, Dan. I appreciate it.
David's looking over going, can we get to Capitol now?
Well, I just want to know how their treasurer is going to make payroll if we pay down too much.
Yeah, no, I understand.
There's lots of money there. There's lots of money there. I've been told that.
All right. Dan, thank you for coming. We appreciate you contributing, and thank you as always.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. On to item 7, consideration of resolution R26-12, accepting all of Volume 1 and the PVE portion of Volume 2 within the 2026 Palos Verdes Peninsula Multi-Jurisdictional Hazard Mitigation Plan. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening again, members of City Council. Before I introduce Kristen Joe, who has done a tremendous amount of work on this, I want to put a little perspective around this. And you'll probably hear this from our consultants. This is a required document from the state. It is a planning document. It's truly tied to being eligible for state funding or reimbursement in light of an emergency. For the first time, the City of Palos Verdes Estates joined with our 3 neighboring cities and did a joint multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan, or also called a multi-jurisdictional. This was a tremendous decision by all of us. Majority of it was grant funded, but it really, we look at the peninsula as a whole. So I just wanted to put some perspective around that. I think this document is due every 5 years. I'm probably taking all of Kristen Joe's and our consultants' speaking points, but I will say, I think this was the first assignment Kristen received. Prior to becoming your city manager, I was the staff member assigned 3 times in 2 different cities to update the plan. So I know how much work Kristen Joe put into this. So with that, I will turn it over to Kristen Joe, who will introduce our consultant.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Kemp, City Council members, and members of the public. Thank you, Carrie, for the introduction. Again, my name is Kristen Joe, the Emergency Preparedness and Community Outreach Coordinator, longest title of PBE history. Here today to introduce agenda item number 7, resolution number R26-12 to adopt the 2026 Palos Verdes Peninsula Multi-Jurisdictional Hazard Mitigation Plan, including Volume 1 and the Palos Verdes Estates Annex in Volume 2. Joining us today is Megan Brotherton from the Black and Veatch team. As Carrie mentioned, this plan was developed through a multi-agency effort across the peninsula to reduce long-term risks from natural hazards. It identifies earthquakes, landslides, and wildfires as the highest risks for Palos Verdes Estates and outlines practical strategies to strengthen emergency communications, address infrastructure vulnerabilities, and reduce community risk. Adoption of this plan also maintains the city's eligibility for FEMA funding, supporting future resilience projects and reducing disaster-related costs. I'll now turn it over to Megan for her portion of the presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me into your city this evening, and I'm very, very honored to be able to do this presentation. Next slide, please. So as was mentioned, this is a multi-jurisdictional planning effort with the 4 peninsula cities and also the 2 geological hazard abatement districts that are within the city limits of Rancho Palos Verdes. It is the first time that this truly peninsula-wide multi-jurisdictional effort has been done. Each of the cities has had their own plans in the past, but being a collaborative effort across the entire peninsula really shows the strength and the unity of cooperation of everyone working together. So we were very excited to have all of the planning partners working together on this planning effort for this unified approach. Next slide, please. And you can see this is our Road to Resilience graphic showing the different phases of the project. Very complex, multi-phased project that started with organization, went into a very detailed risk assessment and assessment of capabilities. The entire planning process was overseen through a lot of public outreach and stakeholder outreach. And then here we are down at phase 7 with the plan approval and adoption phase, which is near the conclusion of the project. And as you can see, high-level overview of the schedule. This has been a year-long project. It's been an expedited planning effort. Oftentimes, these multi-jurisdictional planning efforts can take a year and a half or more, but the focus of the planning partnership was to have an expedited process so that grant funding could be maintained, that eligibility for grant funding, especially for cities that have pending grants. Next slide, please. This is a high-level overview of some of the goals for this mitigation plan. These were developed through a committee-facilitated process early on in the planning process. And these goals were developed based on best practices as well as the prior mitigation plans for the 4 cities, looking at what they had had as mitigation goals, and then really trying to make a unified effort to reduce risk to the communities, to expand public awareness and improve that communication so that people could take personal responsibility for mitigation efforts within their abilities as well. Strengthening partnerships was a key focus of this planning effort, again, because of this multi-jurisdictional effort, but also engaging stakeholders and others who have influence across the entire LA County area. Integrating mitigation principles into all of the various aspects of capabilities for the jurisdictions, and then looking at how to protect the natural resources and be sustainable communities. Next slide, please. And part of the community outreach was facilitated with an 18-member planning committee. There were also 3 alternate members for a total of 21 engaged participants across, you can see the different buckets of categories of some of the members of this planning committee that oversaw the entire planning process. There were a lot of really excellent opportunities for public engagement at large public events. I had the privilege of coming to the peninsula for the Prepared Peninsula Expo in the fall, and that was just a phenomenal opportunity to really talk to community members and assess what they were concerned about, what their limitations are, what they're hoping the planning partners could do to be more resilient on the peninsula. And another really engaging opportunity was for community members to be invited to take a public survey for hazard awareness. You can see there are 431 responses, and that might seem a little low compared to the population of the peninsula, but oftentimes the planning efforts that include a population about the size of the peninsula might have around 100 participants in the public survey. And so this really shows how much outreach was done by the planning partners to make sure that as many community members could be engaged who wanted to provide their voice and their views on disaster preparedness and resilience. And some of those natural hazards that, as Kristen mentioned, the highest ranked hazards are earthquake, the extreme heat or heat wave, landslide, strong wind, and wildfire. And then medium ranked are drought and flood. Unfortunately, there are no low-ranked hazards that were assessed for the planning area, but these risk assessment risk rankings were not just pulled out of a hat by what is a common perception, but it was through an entire weighted approach to ranking the hazards against each other. So the different ranking parameters included probability of how probable or how likely this hazard is to impact the planning area in any given year, and also what the impacts would be, how severe would the impacts be to people, to property, to the services that are provided by the communities. Also the spatial extent, what size or how much of an area of the peninsula would be encompassed by a hazard event. Then warning time, and this goes into ability for residents to get out of the way of a hazard or to protect, for the communities to protect themselves from a hazard. So like warning time for a drought is much longer than warning time before an earthquake happens. So warning time was also factored into the risk ranking. And then also the impacts of climate change considerations to the frequency and severity of an impact from a hazard. And we've seen this expressed a lot in the wildfire hazard, in extreme precipitation events. So climate factors were also factored in. And then by knowing what the risk is, this really helps to reduce the impacts from those hazards before they impact the planning area. And next slide, please. So this is just a sample of one of the mitigation strategies that was developed by Palos Verdes Estates for one of the high-ranked hazards for earthquake. And this mitigation strategy is referring to increasing communication capabilities. And this is really critical when there's a hazard event to make sure that communication is facilitated properly and is available, that there is no downtime or gaps in communication. So this is one of the mitigation strategies developed to address, and not just earthquake, but multiple hazards. And when mitigation strategies cover multiple hazards, then they can be more effective because they're not just targeted at one thing, but they're targeted at multiple types of hazards. And next slide, please. One of the other high-ranked hazards, landslide, is addressed with this sample mitigation strategy on retaining wall repair. So this is very specific to landslide, but also can affect some of the other hazards that trigger land movement, such as earthquakes, and then also looking at erosion issues. And next slide, please. And then wildfire. This is one of the categories of hazards that had so much public interest in doing the public outreach events. And of course, there's also the issue of recency bias when people have seen massive devastation from wildfire events that have impacted LA County and some of the shock value of that, and then thinking what could happen in their own community. So we heard a lot from community members about concerns for the wildfire hazard. And you can see in the mapping just how much of the city is in this mapped very high fire hazard severity zone mapped by CAL FIRE. So one of the mitigation actions, and this is kind of across all of the jurisdictions, is weed abatement, reducing fuels, because we know fires do not stop at city boundaries. These are really important types of mitigation actions for that collaborative effort where one jurisdiction is doing a weed abatement program or a fuels reduction program, so the neighboring cities are doing the same thing. So those are just some examples. There are a lot of excellent mitigation strategies. Perhaps you had an opportunity to look at some of those and see what has been developed by the city staff and local stakeholders for the city to implement over the next 5 years. So the benefits to plan integration can be financial incentives. So not only does the multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan allow the city to maintain eligibility for significant pots of mitigation funding through FEMA mitigation grant programs, but also by integrating the hazard mitigation plan into the safety element of the general plan. It's through this Assembly Bill 2140. So AB 2140 compliance allows the local match, which is for federal funding, which is typically 25%. That local match can actually be covered entirely by the state of California through an application process if the multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan is adopted by reference into the safety element of the general plan. So this is not a requirement, but it is something that all of the cities in this planning process are excited to be able to do, so that that local 25% match can be used for something else besides the match, because the state can kick in for that, and that's through a discretionary application. So it is still something that has to be applied for, but it is an incentive that California offers. And next slide, please. So this just shows the progression of some of the next steps. We are at the end of the planning process. What the planning partnership has chosen to do is do an adoption prior to FEMA approval of the plan. This is an option that FEMA has made available to expedite the planning process. Since there are multiple jurisdictions, if they all were to wait for FEMA to come back with the approval of the plan and then go to adoption, it could take an extra couple of months by the time it gets on everyone's agenda for city councils and district boards. So this way, the plan is adopted by all the planning partners either before or during the review process by the state, by Cal OES, and by FEMA. So each of those reviewing agencies has 45 days to complete their review of the plan. Cal OES will come back after 45 days with recommendations for revision. They always come back with some recommendations, and this is because there are different reviewers. The standards for meeting the plan requirements do not change, but the reviewers do. And so we've been through this process dozens and dozens of times. Cal OES is an ally, and they're looking to make sure that the plan is as strong as it can be before it goes to FEMA. And so they're looking at how the latest FEMA reviewer reviewed a plan and what their opinions are, and then they share that back with us. So any recommended revisions will be minor. They will not be major rewrites of the plan. These are very minor things. Sometimes it's adding a date to a map, or maybe changing the wording of a certain section slightly. They're not major rewrites and major revisions. So those come back. Councils and boards will be apprised of any recommended revisions so that awareness is there. It does not mean that you have to re-adopt the plan. It's just part of that approval process. Once FEMA issues the final approval of the plan, because everyone has already adopted, that's when the grant funding eligibility is achieved. There is no lag time, no waiting period. Once that final FEMA approval comes back, that's when the municipalities can link the multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan to their safety elements for that AB 2140 compliance. And our team has provided language and guidance, and we're happy to continue to do that for the municipalities to make sure that that level of integration is achieved for that additional funding opportunity. So that is the end of my presentation. I'm more than happy to answer questions or address any concerns or thoughts.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Questions? David, go ahead.
How inconsistent are the four communities on the peninsula as far as addressing the mitigation risks?
They are very consistent with each other. This this has been such a refreshing process as a consultant team to work with a planning partnership that truly is united. We have never seen such unity among a planning partnership as we have across the peninsula. And I think this has been established as the communities have done other planning projects and other initiatives together and taking turns leading different initiatives and rotating through the process. So the cities and the districts truly are aligned and interested in working together and making sure that mitigation strategies are consistent across the peninsula, while each one has their own initiatives, but a lot of them do cross city boundaries.
Well, that's wonderful to hear, number one. As far as assuming we get through the process and we were to apply for a grant, would that be the individual city, or would that be all 4 cities together applying for various grants?
That's a great question, and it really varies. So there are some projects that the cities might choose to come together and apply for a grant. So for example, the grant that funded the development of this plan, the grant process was led by Rolling Hills Estates, but all of the cities participated in that process, in kicking in for the funding match, according to the normal split of how that is normally split. So there are some mitigation projects that would be beneficial if everyone applied for together, because they cross city boundaries. So for example, maybe if there's a fuels reduction program, that might be something that all the cities could consider applying for together. But there are very specific infrastructure projects that an individual city could apply for themselves. And that's what this plan allows the flexibility for, to apply as a planning area or to apply as an individual jurisdiction. So there's 2 options there.
Can you give me a couple of examples of infrastructure applications that could be considered?
Absolutely. So some of those could be stormwater infrastructure improvements. So as we've seen the stormwater issues over the years with diversion of water and how those have really impacted the soils and some of the land movements in the area. There are some stormwater concerns that some of the jurisdictions have identified to improve. It could be capacity. So maybe it's a culvert system that just can't handle the capacity of these extreme precipitation events. And those are the kinds of projects that FEMA will fund very easily, doing large culvert or diversion projects. If there's nature-based solutions that can be incorporated in those, sometimes there's added benefits to the benefit-cost ratio, and the projects can be considered more cost-effective, considering all of those factors. So we do a lot of grant application assistance for jurisdictions who've developed these mitigation actions and they're going after funding. And so anything that's owned specifically by the city for infrastructure could be something that they apply for on their own. It might be something like a retrofit for seismic resilience. There might be city-owned structures that need to be improved for seismic resilience and have some retrofitting done. So that's an example of one of those more capital projects that might be part of the capital improvement program, but not funded. And this would open up those funding streams to be able to get those projects done without a multi-year allocation out of the capital improvement program.
I'm going to make an assumption that during your analysis that you may have been made aware of the water problems that we have in what is known as Malaga Cove, and the migration that comes up and floods buildings, and a couple years ago coming out the manholes. Is this the type of a project that this FEMA approach could potentially be a funding source?
So that is a very interesting issue that the plan does address, but the one concern with that is that the way FEMA defines floods is an overland flow from any source. And because these are aquifer, like raising aquifer water issues. There is a section dedicated to it, but it is not a full risk analysis like the regular riverine or coastal flood hazard is. So it really depends on the type of project. If there are some infrastructure needs that could divert that water, but it also has additional benefits, then those are the types of things that if the grant is written in the right way and worded right, just about anything can happen. So just for example, like FEMA does not fund with mitigation dollars anything that's like an end of useful life project. So if maybe it's a pump station that it's just old, end of useful life, needs to be replaced, or deferred maintenance, FEMA doesn't fund that with mitigation dollars. But if it can be identified as something that needs to be more resilient to a hazard and it's old and therefore does not meet current codes and standards for resilience, that's where mitigation comes in. And so, so sometimes it's just a matter of making sure that the funding requests and the grant applications are developed appropriately so there is a mitigation nexus. Then it's totally viable.
Thank you.
Michael?
Other questions?
Yes, please. Thank you for the presentation. I do have a question regarding the overall communication plan enhancements. Have you had a chance to look at each of the cities in terms of some potential gaps or heavy lifting that might need to take place via technology or anything along those lines?
So I cannot pull the mitigation actions out of my memory for each city and how they're united across their communication methods, but everybody is concerned about communication, and especially for evacuation notification. So the mitigation webpage was hosted on the pvpready.gov site. And so there's a huge emphasis throughout this planning process among the entire planning partnership to know your zone and for residents to sign up for alerts. So that really has been a unified approach among all the cities to make sure that residents are participating in those alert notifications, that they've signed up for them, and they have that unified approach for being made aware of hazards.
Thank you. Carrie, do you have any sense of what we might be looking at down the immediate road in terms of enhancements that might be needed? There's no fiscal impact right now.
You know, I don't.
So we're in good shape.
No, I'm not saying that. I think that the idea behind the plan is to get it adopted.
Right.
And then working with our staff team and then our partners at the other cities to tackle these. You know, I found it interesting that we've identified in our plan a project that we're already underway on, right? So that was probably identified 5 years ago, and we got to it.
Right.
But I think this now gives myself and my counterparts things to look at and work on. I will say, from a communications perspective, we do have a robust peninsula-wide system that's used pretty well. We have our joint website. There's always more opportunities to move forward. When I was listening to Councilmember McGowan's questions, I was reflecting on, and I think the consultant said it, you know, we're very grateful and thankful here in PVE that our partners constantly are applying for peninsula-wide grants and dragging us along with them, thankfully. So I think the fact that we did this amongst each other and our neighboring cities have layers of emergency preparedness staff, I'm not going to say we're in good shape. We have the opportunity to be in good shape and continue to work together.
Thank you.
Tori?
I have a comment. We could go now or later. First of all, very impressive work. I mean, it's quite a significant document that ties together a lot of pieces, and I think hearing, you know, how we were able to do it across jurisdictions is really impressive. It's not often you hear about different government agencies cooperating this well these days, especially. I think that one observation I have, and I sort of say this in the context of our really constrained city budget right now, is I think if we take this document and then think about sort of where do we go from here, how do we prioritize, we sort of know that there's big projects that we can't tackle right now, at least with the dollars that we have. You know, we've heard about the grants. I think, you know, one comment I'll make is I'm very supportive of us really kind of expanding our energy that we invest into grant funding. I think that it takes money to do that, right? So I know we're kind of at a point where we may not even have the ability to do that, but assuming we can, I think we should absolutely prioritize that. And I also think that something that is in this document and that I've commented on previously is we have some really engaged volunteers within our community. And I know that you're kind of the leader of that group. And I think that that's something that we should absolutely also prioritize in the future as well, is how do we best tap into those volunteer resources. You know, there's some areas within the city where, you know, you have to have professionals, you know, doing their professional assessments and geologists or, you know, various things like that. I think that some of the disaster preparedness stuff, there are existing, you know, state and county programs that we're able to tap into to train community members, you know, not to run into a burning building, but, you know, to be their own sort of first line of defense, especially if we have a huge earthquake or something along those lines where, you know, fire department may not realistically be responding to every house, et cetera. So, you know, I think the DDP is obviously one of the premier programs we have. We also have our Parkland Ranger programs and other things like that. And I think one of the goals we've had is to bolster those. I think we've started to make some progress, and I think that hopefully this will be an opportunity to kick those efforts into high gear. And the last comment I'll make is I think we should buy Starlink for the city. You know, I work in IT. I've helped design resilient fiber optic networks. And I can tell you that they won't work after an earthquake, regardless of what the vendors say or the engineers or the designers. They simply largely will not work if we have a big enough earthquake. So I think if we procure a Starlink, it's, you know, $100 a month basically. And the main advantage of a Starlink is it has lasers that shoot back and forth above the earth. So even if the receiving station, which the closest one is in Hawthorne, goes down, and it very likely would, the lasers will allow the receiving stations to move to the next hop, whether that's in Nevada or wherever that might be. So, yeah, I think
it's working great across the street.
I have one, you know. Yeah. So. You know, I'll donate mine to the city if I have to. But anyway, no, great job. And again, I think there's a lot of threads for you to pull on and really dig in and get to the next level of implementation.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Public comment, Cynthia Butler, please. Thank you for waiting.
So I'm assuming the geosyntech reports were part of that planning process. I haven't had a chance to read everything. But what I was thinking, you know, as I was listening to you is, you know, again, with the water intrusion, if we can tie it in to the seismic fault that's carrying that water and any evidence we have of liquefaction associated with that, could we tackle getting grants from that perspective?
Megan, do you have a comment on that?
So it would definitely have to be a tie-in to one of the hazards that FEMA will fund under, and there are excellent opportunities to do that. So I think what would be important to do is to look at what type of thing needs to be done, and then write the grant in such a way that it would be eligible for mitigation funding. And sometimes jurisdictions don't know exactly what needs to be done. FEMA will also fund studies. So if there's a study that needs to be done to determine what to do, that can be a phase one of a project. You can do multi-phased projects, and the first phase can often be a study or some kind of analysis that needs to be done to actually determine what the best option is to actually do a project.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks.
How quickly could such an application be filed? I mean, the timeline that you laid out earlier, I don't remember all the dates, but within 4 or 5 months, would we have approval where we could potentially consider filing an application to do this study or get some funding to help do that?
Right. So the criteria for grant funding eligibility is that the jurisdiction must have an approved plan when funds are, well, it depends, there's a couple different types of funding programs through FEMA, but typically a plan has to be approved by the time funding is released. So you have plenty of time for that. There was, and maybe you've seen in the news lately, the BRIC program, Building Resilient Infrastructure in communities, was removed from the FEMA grant funding streams by the current administration. But through litigation, it was just reinstated. So we're expecting the NOFOs to come out, NOFO meaning Notice of Funding Opportunity, and any day now. And so if there's a viable project, then it's worth looking at submitting a letter of intent to apply. And we can definitely work with the planning team that we've worked with, representative from each city. Kristen has been just amazing in her efforts of doing this mitigation plan and making sure that all the bases are covered for the city in the mitigation actions. So we are happy to work with the planning partners to at least share what we know about getting those initial letters of intent submitted.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a request to the staff that, assuming we were to approve this contract, that we begin immediately laying out a game plan as to what we need to pull together between Geotech, Syntec, what you have and what other advice our consultants might be able to provide, so that we're prepared to file an application as soon as we get the green light, assuming we get that. Is that something that the staff feels that they can handle?
Mr. City Manager.
Do you want my honest answer?
I want your honest answer, Kerry.
No. Let me tell you some things that we're trying to do, okay? With the Geosyntec report, we've mentioned this multiple times. We believe, and we'll follow up on this, in order to even apply for funding, we need to have a project. We don't have an engineered project. That's going to take city money to follow up on. I have had conversations with Congressman Liu's office, with his staff, and I think I've shared that we're trying to get in their next round of appropriations. That's about a 2-year process. I have a call out and some dates that I've given them to meet with myself and our chief and Oscar to kind of look on how do we get involved in that process. So I am all for trying to find grants. I'm also all for trying to balance all of the things on the staff. So I'm not trying to be rude,
No,
Councilman
that I understand.
McGowan, but, you know, we are stretched incredibly thin, and there's nothing more I'd like to do to solve all of the city's problems ASAP, but I just can't. I don't have the resources to do it. I don't know what else to say. So I would love to, I can bring forward a strategy and a discussion and a prioritization from the council, but I don't see how, you know, we can make those next steps. You know, this hazard mitigation plan, this is about keeping us eligible for funding. I'd be more than happy to go after grants. You know, we've talked a lot about grant funding. George and I have had multiple meetings with probably the #1 consultant or group that helps you with grants. They have two options. One I can sign today, and that's they'll identify a grant for us, and they will then give us a cost to fill out the application, and that averages, what, $5,000 to $15,000? Is that fair to do that with no promises? Or you can pay a minimum of $100,000 a year, and they will go after grants for you, and they'll monitor those grants. This is to me is the #1 group. I've spoken to lots of my colleagues. Some have been very successful. Some next door have not. So again, that's a resources situation. I would love to be able to work with them. They check in with us all the time. So, you know, I could sit down with Oscar and we can try to come up with a game plan over the next couple of months on how to attack the Malaga water. But you know, we're just balancing that with everything else we're doing. So I'm sorry for the curt response, but I had to say it.
All I was trying to do is I thought there may be an opportunity that we could try to explore, and I don't understand all the hurdles of what we would need to expend to get to that first base, and that's the kind of information that I think would be helpful for.
We can bring forward an update in the next 2 months on sort of the process and where we can do it.
The gap that I'm feeling is between it's got to be a shovel-ready project before I go apply for a grant, versus the potential willingness, FEMA or otherwise, to fund a study, to fund the research that's necessary in part or in whole in order to get to that next step. Our challenge at the moment is, I'm obviously saying what you already know, our challenge at the moment is that we can't just go step up and spend, I'm not in front of the number, $1 million to initiate that first step in order to get working on those grants. Whatever that design looks like, and you know, whatever conflict that has and how it's designed, whatever, it's just a numbers game at this point. So what I'd be interested in hearing, and at some point I'm going to recuse myself on this particular project, but in general, what I'd be interested in hearing is, are there situations where even the design of a solution, even the investment in researching the solution, that those costs could be fund matched via some sort of grant funding? And if, you know, understanding the time constraints, if there are consultants that can do that for us, even on the, you know, the option A that you mentioned, if we have to spend 20 grand to get an 80% match on $1 million, I'm making it up. Wow, that sounds worth it. So I don't know.
Again, I'm happy to research, you know, work with the staff to research and bring something back. When?
I understand.
What the priority is? And
No, that I understand. It's just that we've got all these needs out there, and I hear an opportunity for potential grant that we might be eligible for in the future, and we'd like to at least put it on the table.
Sure.
Cool. Any other, I don't see anybody else for public comment on this one. Any other questions or comments? I think what staff's looking for a recommendation to adopt the resolution. May I have that?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second it.
Do you want to just go with the staff recommendation, or do you want to read it? Staff recommendation as is?
I think so.
Okay. Motion, Mayor Pro Tem. Motion, Mayor Pro Tem Lazaro, second, Council Member McGowan, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's unanimous. Thank you. Number 8, last item, draft fiscal year 26-27, fiscal year 2030/31, capital improvement program, CIP overview and summary of major changes. Staff report, please. And if you'll forgive me, I'm about to explode. I'm going to take off my jacket.
Well, you got the air conditioning got better.
It did?
Yeah, he went over and turned on the air conditioning.
I know he did.
But that didn't get better for you?
No.
Okay. Don't crank it up too much, Chief.
When Victoria starts complaining that she's cold, we've got it set right.
Well, that's fine, because usually I'm like, I'm dying in here, so, yeah.
No, we're not going back to pennies, are we?
This has been one of those nights that, while they're getting ready, I'll introduce the topic. This is one of those nights that is challenging for all of us, right? It seems like every conversation we've had just results in more money needed and how to go about doing it. It was interesting to follow up the hazard mitigation discussion with this discussion. You will see the Malaga Water project or program or problem included in here. Before I turn it over to our Public Works Director, Oscar, I like to always lay down a little context. And, you know, there have been multiple versions of this document. Oscar's done an amazing job trying to make sense of what has been developed over the years. We've met with individual council members. We've gone over older documents. I think essentially what we're trying to do is build back from here. Tonight's presentation is the first attempt at that. If you remember last year, we were nowhere near, you will see we're nowhere near compared to last year. This year, we're much farther along than we were. The goal of tonight is twofold. Number one, to start laying the groundwork for what is going to be ultimately, over probably multiple discussions, our 5-year capital improvement plan, and also introduce the projects that the staff is suggesting or City Council consider for next year. We've worked really hard to protect the city's bottom line while also balancing sort of what we have to do. You will see for next year's program, with the exception of a couple minor projects that have come up, everything is either a carryover project, and those are real simple to talk about. That's our the current project on the PB Drive West, the tieback wall, and also the court-mandated Lunada-based settlement for the bluff top improvements. That will start off as general fund, and then we will be reimbursed from a grant that we spoke about quite a bit last year at this time. The other goal tonight is to start incorporating the investment the City Council has made into multiple studies, Geosyntec being one of them, our pavement management plan, which is still in draft form and will be, I think, discussed at the next City Council meeting, the Walker study that looked at this building, the stormwater that we did a couple weeks ago, and the sewer master plan that we did a couple of months ago. We have our Public Works staff, Oscar, has begun incorporating that into this plan and integrating a lot of other ones. So I ask the council's indulgence and patience as we build back. If you see something glaring that's missing, please let us know. If you see something that you want more questions on, please bring it up. The intent of this is to introduce the topic, have a healthy discussion, introduce what we're looking at for next year, and then we do plan to bring this back in a month after we refine it even further. So with that lead in, I will turn it over to Oscar, our Public Works Director of less than a year.
Thank you, Kerry. Mayor, council members and members of the public. So before I move to the presentation, I actually wanted to answer a couple questions. And I just did a quick, I wanted to clarify this. If people look at this, they can be confused. You know, the green lines are really not covering all of the areas. You have to dig a little bit deeper into the map to know exactly.
So this is related to herbicide use, correct?
Yes, correct.
What are we looking at?
So it's, you know, we had that question, and so let me see.
It's answering your question on an agenda item that's on the agenda.
Oh, what happened here?
Uh-oh, he woke up.
Yeah, this thing is not, oh. Where's that screen?
Going into a big, we closed this item already, right?
We had those questions that we did not clarify, and so somebody asked that we're applying herbicides in trails. That is not true. I want to make sure that we understand that the areas that we cover specifically says we're not doing it in areas accessed by the public. You know, one such area is area that we work today, and that's it. So that's kind of what I want to clarify.
Okay.
So let me get back into the presentation. And if I can get, where's the mouse? Is it in the left? Or? Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And actually, this is not the only. In the budget calendar, we have another session to talk about this as well. So this is not our only shot to talk about this.
Absolutely.
correct?
That's
Okay.
why I mentioned that in my introduction. We'll be bringing this back in a month. That's okay. The heat's getting to us.
It's either that or in about 14 minutes it's getting continued. So pick one.
I can vamp for 14 more minutes. Go ahead, Oscar.
Okay, I'm going to run fairly quick on this. The first few slides, basically what the CIP is. The message here is a long-term plan, and sometimes we include, you know, the short-term, what is considered, you know, the first year or 5 years. And then, again, the first year is usually the one that is more predictable and more accurate. The following years, we always tend to continue to change as the need arises. It is a living document, so we have the flexibility to make changes every year, and that's why we revisit it every year. This year, we try to do a comprehensive look at all of those, especially taking advantage of, like Kerry was saying, of our master plans that we completed this year. Again, why it's important for the city? Because, you know, it prioritizes where our needs are, what we need to do to function, what is essential for the city, those kinds of things. And then, of course, you know, allows us to make sure that we use our limited resources wisely. Again, how it's developed, again, staff knowledge of where the needs are. This year, we actually asked other departments to contribute and see if there was anything they want to include. So it's a combination of all of us coming up with this list. But really, a lot of it also comes from studies that the city have completed over the years. You know, for example, the Walker study for this building, the PSOMAS for the sewer, and then the plan that we're going to bring back to the council in April with the pavement management program. Also, why we focus on some of the facilities. So this is kind of a slide that we wanted to show why it's important that we invest on, for example, on this facility. I'll let you read those bullets. Again, our priorities are based on what we think is critical, annual and ongoing, and important. And so we develop a matrix for just to have the first shot at priorities on the projects. And this is, I've used before something similar. And so this is the first shot from the staff perspective when we assign priorities. Based on that, these are the categories that rise to the top. The structural deficiencies, for example, when you consider what we're doing in the retaining wall, that is like our number one priority. Again, that's just the first pass. But then we take into consideration the budget implications. So not everything that is on the top we're able to fund. Some of those are deferred for years until we find a way to fund it. The ones that are, our annual resurfacing and, slurry projects are always there because we have restricted funds and they're predictable. Again, here is a quick overview of our 5-year and the future. So this includes a window of 10 years. Again, you can see the bottom is really what we do every year, the pavement preservation or a streets projects. Over that term is about $55 million over the period of about 10 years. Again, a quick overview of projects by category. Again, the street projects usually are the ones that are most of the projects that we do. For next year, this is the actual list that we're proposing for next year. We want to highlight that next year's project, the only general fund projects is really carryover projects. So those in yellow are projects that are ongoing this year, and we expect a little bit of carryover on the general fund. The rest are pretty much restricted funds. Again, an overview of our street and pavement programs by year, for that period. The resurfacing is the most expensive, and that's why investing in the right time and the right place. That's why slurry seals gives us a lot of, benefit. We don't want to wait until we have to do our resurfacing.
Don't we actually resurface every year? Really think about. I can't think the last time we resurfaced
We
a
do
section.
sections. We do small sections. And this year we did.
Maybe a couple years ago, did we do a little bit on Via Campesina?
Yeah.
Because when
In
we
the
went
dip.
when we went to slurry it couldn't be slurried anymore, and we dug that up, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, we don't really every year we rotate the annual slurry seal, but where we slurry, but we don't necessarily have a resurfacing project I guess we're going to learn more about that when you bring the pavement management plan update next meeting.
That's
Should
true.
I save that question?
And we'll explain that. But it's,
Okay, I can
we
save
can
that.
probably expect to do a resurfacing project based on those recommendations every year, and that's what I traditionally done, because all of our roads have a life expectancy, and even if we do slurry seals, eventually the base starts to fail. Tree roots in the city continue to degrade our pavement, those kinds of things, and so I will expect that we'll do small sections. We try to do. We shifted a little bit of money this year, and what we're going to do is slurry seal and pavement. So we do. Stormwater projects. Again, this is from the Stormwater Master Plan. This is photos of the condition assessment. You can see so far the proposed based on that condition assessment report. These are the recommendations.
So I see that on the Boundary Trail stormwater retention, you put 10.6 million, but in the report you gave us just 2 weeks ago, the number, because I went back and looked in the presentation, the number was 8.4 million.
It's 2-week inflation.
It's 2. boundary trail, stormwater retention, and stabilization. So there's a couple of things. I think we bundled the two projects into one.
I don't think so. Yeah. So go back and check that, please, for the next time when we look at this, because I went back and I matched up every single one of those categories with your presentation from, I don't know if it was 2 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago, but, so, yeah.
Okay.
The Malaga Cove one was right. The 10.6 in your presentation was 10.4, and then the 2.9 was 2.7 in the presentation, but that's okay. And, yeah.
We'll check. The boundary trail has two projects. One is the one to comply with the, with the water board requirements of cleaning our water, and that's the most expensive one. And then the other one is the sort of the annual thing that we do to try to stabilize the trail itself. Sewer projects, again, this is based on that sewer master plan. And those are the recommendations for the next, I think this one goes a little bit longer than 10 years, but this is facility projects. Again, most of those will be from that Walker report. Again, the longer that we wait into doing anything, unfortunately, that's the nature of having a report sitting on the shelf, that the condition continues to degrade, and we might actually have to redo some of the assessments, especially on our structural components. I've already noticed some of those that I will say I will be worried about. Parks and open space, again, this is from previous years. Some of those parks projects that we included. We're doing the first one on the top is the Lunara Bay, which is, we're doing that with a grant. And then the other ones are previous recommended improvements.
How about encroachment removal within open space? Where did that, I mean, I know what the problem is, but.
It's all over.
Where the 2.1
I understand
come
that,
from.
but this has never shown up on a CIP list before. Well, it's been its own list. But what is this, 2.1 million for us having to force other people to remove their encroachments? Us actually removing the encroachment? That's new to the list.
I think it's a combination of both. Is the work that takes to continuously track and remove the encroachments, and the impact of that. And because right now we're doing very little.
Does that include potentially like legal costs, or that's just staff time and?
What is that? Yeah. If you're actually talking about removing, it's way more than $2 million, right? So, yeah. And then if there's legal issues, that even, yeah, so I don't even know what that is.
We'll respond to that. We'll get that. That's a good question.
It could be a placeholder for something, but we just need to understand.
No,
what
it
it
is.
is.
Absolutely.
It is a good question, but I couldn't imagine, like, for example, in the last time that we had to actually do something like this, how long it took to do the panorama encroachment, right? So I don't know how much we spent on
I mean,
that.
I think the point is having some money there to reflect the fact that we do get into these.
Wait a minute. The city didn't spend any money on that.
Yeah, we didn't. They did.
It was all paid by...
Well, we paid the legal.
I don't know.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Where was that one?
That was on Lugliani, as I recall.
The projects that we have here, it's just, these ones, I think I've received a few questions on some other areas, and just something that we probably need to do, and just bringing up those areas to compliance. Again, a quick overview of our funding sources. You can, right up front is general fund. We're pretty limited on what we can do. General fund does contribute in some cases to some of the programs, including I've used general funds for street projects, but I can say that the city has done an amazing job managing the streets program and the payment management program, because it kind of stays on its own with the restricted funds. And then that's the other list of other funds. Here is a quick view of what's funded and what is unfunded of the 10-year. Actually, I think this is the 10-year. That 5-year CIP funding sources is projected to the 10-year, I think. But I'm pretty sure. So close to 60% of the list is basically unfunded.
And when we say unfunded, that means
Haven't gotten grants and the general fund isn't paying for
I
it
was
with
gonna say,
cash.
not
Is
appropriated.
not-
Funds not appropriated, right?
Some of it
General
could
fund.
theoretically be appropriated from general funds, though,
What
in theory. But
Yes, in
yeah.
theory,
But it's not currently appropriated.
it's not appropriated or it doesn't have like a restricted fund revenue
Right.
source
Mhm.
that we can identify for it.
Okay.
Oh, speaking of which, did you look up to see how much was left in the sewer fund?
$800,000.
I'm shocked by that, because I thought the number, do you remember, David?
What?
How much was in the sewer fund? I thought there was like 400,000 in the sewer fund.
There's not much left there. I know
Yeah,
that.
he said there's like almost $1 million. I don't think so.
We'll have to go
That
back.
hasn't been a
That's-
tax
We
in
pulled the
12
report.
years or something,
Yes,
right?
we pulled the report a couple of weeks ago, when you asked me, and so that's what was at that time. And I don't think we spent any money since then.
We need to look at that. I'd be
Again,
surprised.
how we assign projects, to the different funding sources, these are all kind of again, the pressures for a lot of the projects is on the general fund, really, with the limited general fund. So if we continue to do at least a good job in managing our payment program, I think the city will continue to look great. And then, of course, plan for things like this facility will be a challenge. Again, critical safety, that will be the one thing that we need to pay attention, the continuous deterioration of this facility, especially because it houses all of the essential services, fire, police, and city hall. Or
Did you find all the funding for the criticals, or the criticals funded, or not all of them?
not all of them, because like the critical safety stuff for this facility is going to be mostly general fund, or if not all. So that's an unfunded, that falls under the unfunded category of that short.
It's not good.
Yeah.
You came to the right conclusion.
Some projects, again, some projects we accelerate, like, when we have emergencies that we have to deal with it, we have to move those forward. Or the impact can be worse. Again, key takeaways on this is that, the infrastructure needs are quite big and they're growing with aging infrastructure, just like every city is dealing with that. And as a staff, we will continue to focus on really being disciplined and transparent about how we spend that money. The next steps for us, again, we will, need a little bit more direction and our refining of this plan. And then we'll have a workshop number 2 in April. And then you can see, finalize the allocation of the CIP, and then we'll have to go to the planning commission at the end. And if we have any questions, I can take those now.
Is the planned workshop not, we can go over this later, but that's not within a regular council meeting, that's a workshop?
It's currently scheduled as part of the April 28th City Council meeting. I could probably read some tea leaves if we'd like to.
Let me help you read the tea leaves with some physical responses.
I get it. I mean,
Well, it's fine if you don't pile too many other things into the agenda. I mean, but is that a workshop, I mean, again, to come up with what we're for the budget, correct? I think we need a separate meeting, which I think you guys approach this more as a budget exercise, as opposed to this project is a yes, this project is a no, this project is pushed out. You know, it's not a no, but it's on the wish list. I mean, that's what we have needed to do because back, you know, really, this relates back. And I also said, you know, I appreciate that you put some best guess numbers in years 1 through 5, but in years 6 through 10, you can't just lump them all and say future years 6 through 10 because we have to. Actually, I like that you said somewhere in there toward the end, you said, you know, the phasing and some of the bigger projects are going to be phased over years. And so if you say, okay, this building is, you know, the 80, whatever it is, if it's phased in years 6, 7, and 8, 5, 6, 7, 8, whatever it is, back to the point that David's been making over and over and over again, is that then, okay, fine, then let's take a ballpark number and then we got to back into the present value of what that number is so that, you know, if we're going to start that project in year 6, this is what we have to put away in each of years 1 through 5 so that the money's there to get going in year 6, right? And that's different than a
It's
budget
called
meeting.
cash flow planning.
Yeah, so that's different than
Yes.
a budget meeting. So I think maybe
Yes.
sometime, for me, when you guys keep saying CIP workshop, when I hear workshop, I hear work on this list. But I think when you say workshop, you're talking about a budget exercise. I think those are two different things.
I think we're saying all of those things. Right. We have two things happening right now. We need to get our budget. We're working on our budget. So our budget, you had that slide up for a second. Really, to me, the most important piece is what projects are being funded in the budget next year.
Yep.
Concurrently, and we talked about this last year, we could continue to work on our CIP. I think, you know, so if I'm on the fly thinking about what to do, I would probably suggest that we focus on April 28th on what will be going into next year's budget. And if time allows, we can come up with a game plan for the longer term. You know,
Yes.
I think we're under the gun here. I mean,
Well, if I may add,
we're
really.
going to ask voters to vote to tax
Yes.
themselves to fund these projects. I mean, we got to.
Can I?
So if I may add really quick, you know, I think we are, you know, we took a prioritization, to assign priorities based on needs, right? But then we also, the next step I did was to really leverage or average what staff capacity is to execute a lot of those projects, right? So the final CIP is not going to look like the one that you have in front of you. It's not going to be $20 million in the first year and so on, right? It's going to be, we're trying to average the same throughout the years based on base capacity and also the expectations that we might get money. Like the green projects here are the big storm projects for complying with the water board. You know, those two in 27, 28, and 29, 30. Again, those might get moved if we don't find grants to do some of that work, but as a compliance issue. But again, we try to average what we spend every year and based on staff capacity.
Let me ask the most basic of questions, and I apologize if it's not completely succinct because I'm getting tired. I think we need to set in the community a reasonable, first of all, we have to go through these projects because there's at least 2 on the list where my eyeballs go haywire because we've talked about removing them or something 5 times. But I think what the community needs to know is, you know, you have general operating expenses, you'll call it general fund. You have the first topic on our list today, which was pensions. Now we're into capital. Of all of that, how much do you need from my wallet personally to help fund these CIP projects? How much is available potentially by grant, whether via option A or B of paying a grant consultant? And then realistically, from reserve funds added in, what does that look like? A wish list that says we might in 1 year spend $14 million. I don't think we've spent $14 million over 10 years.
Ever.
Can I
Yeah.
have a few comments? And
Yeah.
I think the schedule that you prepared, Oscar, is a welcome relief.
Yes, yeah.
A couple of things I'm going to make about that. We have been changing the format and the way we present these capital projects long before your time, since the 6-7 years I've been on this council. And we need to have a structure that we keep consistent from year to year so that we can lay things out and track them. That's number one. I think this is a very good start, and I applaud it. I can only see it expanding. As part of this little booklet that I envision, that these may be the lead sheets on, as I go down these various projects, I would like to see a brief, and I'm talking a brief, 2 or 3 sentences, description of what some of these projects are. Because some of them, I don't understand what it is. For example, what is the Palos Verdes Drive West Interim Improvement Project? I have no idea what that is.
That's a replacement for the roundabout.
Yeah.
All right. All right.
Oh my God.
He said the R. He said the R word.
I don't know how else to say it.
He said the R
Double
word.
stop sign. The double stop sign.
Exactly.
Widening the lane.
That's funded by Metro.
It'll be
All right.
Metro.
Let me go back, because I'm going to refer you back to a meeting that we had, the 3 of us, back in April of 2023, April 11. We talked about capital. We talked about the pavement management system is what we were talking about. And there was a long discussion between Victoria, Michael, and myself about concern about resurfacing and getting to some of these more expensive repavement programs. And part of it was the Palos Verdes Drive West as you go back towards Lanada Bay. And as I remember that discussion, there was a concern. It was not in the slurry budget or in any of the other issues. They were recommending that we are going to have to do some kind of a remediation or go down to take 2 or 3 inches, whatever you call those different levels. I'm not an engineer for that. But I do know that it was going to cost money. And I think that's an example of a project that may or may not be included in here. I just don't know. But what I'm trying to get to...
What in the world?
What did I do?
Oh. That's the meeting too long alert.
Are we going to get the fire department up here now?
That's the...
Oh, no, let's not do that.
Yeah, turn out that TV.
How's that television?
Yeah.
I can't tell where it's coming.
Yeah.
The other one?
Is it not that detector right over there?
What did you do?
It's not an alarm behind.
There we go.
Was it? Good job.
What was it?
World was
Huh?
Here's the TV.
That's bizarre.
It is bizarre, but okay.
Should not turn that one.
All right.
Okay. If I can...
Nothing. I'm out. I'm spent.
Something David said.
Let me continue. I got a ways to go.
Oh, no.
Thought we were just on the question. No, keep going.
No, this is a great start. What we need to have a better understanding of some of these projects. The fact that we've got the post 5 years and it's 46-point-something million is the southeast corner, as I would refer to. This is no different than pensions. This is actually twice as big or more than pension liability. And what the pension liability we were just talking about was paying down on a ratably basis in order to get rid of the debt. The unfortunate thing with governmental accounting is they don't record the debt and the assets as traditional commercial accounting. So therefore, Michael used the word depreciation earlier. Every time we utilize an asset, it depreciates, its value diminishes, and we need to either repair or replace it. If you were to just take that $46 million that's sitting out here on your schedule and say that that's going to cover 15 years post 5 years, so that 20 years hence, we ought to be putting $2.25 million away in cash annually. That's not even counting what we're going to put in the budget for the next fiscal year or the fiscal year after that. Because we are not, we're talking about budget dollars, and budget dollars for a project gets spent over multiple years in many cases. What we need to be focused on is taking the budget dollars and translating that into cash flows so that we have a better understanding of the resources that are going to be required. So this is no different than the pension liability, except it's 2 or 3 times the size of it.
I'm going to ask you a question, Dave. Isn't it true that on some level this starts to push in that direction by giving us a 10-year projection, which it's not a cash flow, but it is at least it gives us a trajectory, shall we say?
It would be, but what I would argue for is that we cannot be putting $0 away in years 1 through 5 for a project that's going to hit in year 8 or year 12. Otherwise, we won't have the money. We're going to be in a worse position than we're in today. We're digging the hole deeper. We have got to stop the train and say, okay, we've got all these immediate projects that need to be paid for in the near 4 or 5 years, but we also have to be planning for that future tail, just like your pension liabilities. It's no different.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only thing I'll add to that is that there's an immediate catch-up problem. So that the front end of this is going to be front-ended with a cash flow demand that's larger than as you tail off into the average through those years.
Well,
can I suggest?
I'd like to make a few comments.
Oh, yeah, I'm in. I'd like to suggest that maybe staff and I and Mayor Pro Tem collaborate on a workshop that's at a reasonable hour in the day that we can all be refreshed and really hit this, because we're not going to make much progress at 10:15 p.m.
Well, and I would say to meet the staff goal of the budget item, personally, I mean, they can't, I don't know if it was in the staff report, but you had the one pager.
You're being very conservative anyway.
I mean,
right?
he totally, staff is, I mean, it's got 2 projects with teeny little amounts of funding that are just carryover from the prior, and everything else is, you're going back to that? And everything else is our normal work that's funded by special fund. Like, to me, I mean, you can talk about it again at the next meeting, but that's a no-brainer.
Right. I agree. I'll try to keep this very brief. I mean, I agree with you. I think that part of what makes this a little bit confusing, as Mr. McGowan mentioned, is the format has sort of changed, right? I think that one of the good things about this version is that it does try to capture things that have been neglected, I'll say, quote unquote, forever, right? So things like the trails and ADA compliance and other things where, you know, someday it has to be addressed.
Well, no, I think we need some time in a longer workshop with our brains on.
Right.
To go through those, understand what they are, and decide first whether or not they should still be on the list together.
No, I completely agree. I guess my point though is I agree conceptually with the approach of including things that have been left off in the past, whether intentionally or not, you know, but deserve to be accounted for or discussed, let's say, right? You know, I think the other quick comment I'll make is the fairly brief staff report kind of is underlied by, mountains of data, right? I mean, I think, both for myself, but for folks who are watching, it's not that there's $100 million that's being represented by 3 pages or even one PowerPoint. It's $100 million that's represented by thousands of pages and years of staff reports and studies and engineering reports and water analysis and all of that kind of stuff. I think maybe part of what's a little hard for me in this format, and maybe the last CIP format, is it doesn't cross-reference all of that, right? And so I think it's and that would in some level be a monumental task to do, right? But on another level, it is a little hard. To Dave's point, some of these have been renamed, and it's hard to even track kind of what does that track back to, right? So I think some way to kind of cross-reference, and I think there's a...
Are you asking for the same description he is?
Effectively,
You need some kind of description. But there's a bigger point. There's a bigger point that needs to be, there's a bigger point that we need to be communicating with our residents about. And it's not these quote-unquote projects in the next 2 or 3 or 4 years. It's the fact that we've got all these other infrastructure projects of 50 and 60 and 70-year-old assets that are deteriorating and are going to need tender loving care in the future, and we've got to be putting dollars away today in order to have them available when the sewers break or the whatever.
Right.
And that's totally missing from all of our rhetoric, and that's got to change.
Yeah, I agree with that. So, I'll close by saying I think this is a good start. I think it conceptually heads in the right direction of trying to be more comprehensive even than past versions of this, both projecting longer and understanding the wider scope of needs. I think one fundamental question I have, and this is probably just because I'm newer to the council, is we do see this sort of absolutely massive number for streets and pavement. I would love to see that broken down between, what percentage of that is restricted funds versus transfers from general funds. I don't know if we know that.
That's pretty much
Or even just what it is. 'cause
Pretty much all of it is, yeah.
It's 100% right now, if I may
100%
answer.
restricted funds.
It's 100%
Right
restricted
now.
funds, right now. If we, like I say, if we poor manage our program, we might have to subsidize it, which a lot of cities have to do.
Right.
Well,
You know.
isn't the gas tax diminishing, and the gap, the general fund is required to make up the difference?
Not yet, for us, not yet.
Not yet? Oh, okay.
Yes, but I mean, there's, California is considering,
Screwing us
Yeah.
more?
screwing the electric vehicle drivers, right? So, to pay their fair share. So there's been discussions on that. And if I may add, I've seen, so to your point, thank you. We do have individual project sheets that will show a full explanation of what the project is. To the point about funding, I work in a few cities, and most cities do not have a cash reserve for capital projects. They do, but it's not as big to cover everything. For major projects, which I've done, sewer treatment plants, major water projects, we usually bond. So that's the strategy that cities use for large.
It may not be specifically identified, but they're putting dollars away to have them available.
They do keep a capital reserve, but it's usually pretty low because they don't want to carry a whole lot of money. At least that's been my experience. We do, another thing that we talk about is in other things, like, for example, our vehicle replacement fund. I like those because you always continue to pay that fund, and then you always can predict when those vehicles are replaced. The PD, we run through those vehicles every recommended replacement is 4 years. And I don't know what is our replacement schedule here.
We used to have a fund for that.
We used to have a fund for that. We
Equipment
used to
fund.
have a discipline.
All right.
So, and so,
All right.
yeah.
sorry.
One last comment, just one super fast. You've got unfunded here for some of these, like the interim improvement project, but I think that will ultimately be funded by Metro dollars. So it might be good to have a column that indicates if grant funding may be possible.
Yes,
to that
we have it unfunded, but we expect it to be about $2 million that we receive the grant or
And just for-
Metro.
Okay, thank you.
This is for you, Dave. The way that works is we pay for it. It's a cash flow situation. We pay for it.
And then get
And then
reimbursed.
you get reimbursed. So
Yeah.
that's a cash
So
flow.
it really
It
kind
is,
of is.
and it's got to be
unfunded.
reflected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a good example.
And
is,
for you, Martin, too.
A good example is right there.
I'm
Yes.
helping Martin, don't worry.
Yeah, so the Lunana Bay Bluff Top improvement is
Same
an
thing.
example of that.
Yeah.
We show it as a general fund right now, but
Oh, Craig's got a
John,
comment?
Then let's go.
I do. So I was just waiting for all the wonderful comments and questions and answers. And back to, I think all of our points here collectively, cash reserves are important. It would be helpful to have what we should be putting away in our budget for cash reserves for these immediate and longer term projects. And then if we decide that we can't fund those, then we move those off and say to our residents, hey, we need $5 million, but we don't have it. And these are for year one all the way out. And for all the projects, there should be a similar cash reserve number all accumulating.
Back to the reserve study.
Yeah, which is a reserve
Once
study.
every 5 years? So the conversation happens once every 5 years?
No, it happens every year with me.
And my last comment is, and again, back to the ADP and the pensions are very similar. I think we should put the ADP in the front part of our budget. That we want, whatever we want, if we don't put anything on there, great. If we want to put 1.3, fine. And if we can't afford it, then we say we have to move this out of the budget. So visually, we're telling the residents, this is what we should be doing, this is what we're not doing. The fact that we put it at the very end, if we have a surplus, we never really talk about it. It kind of goes away. And folks aren't understanding.
That's a good point.
Yeah, so that's my only point. Visualize it, get it onto the budget, and then we can identify it and move it off as we go.
Thanks for sticking with us. John Williams.
Oh, I get to speak now?
Come on up. Hey, I started with thanks for sticking with us.
Oh, yes, you're welcome. This has been almost as much fun as going to the dentist.
Except here you don't get Novocaine.
I know. I started out with 3 minutes of comments. I've got about 15 now, if that's okay. Just kidding.
Kidding, right?
Yeah, we got the kidding.
I turned that in a written report as late correspondence Monday morning. The system that the city manager described worked perfectly.
Thanks.
So first off, I'd like to mention the absence of the Finance Advisory Committee in any of this stuff. They've been missing for over a year now, and I really wonder why that is, since you're so short on finance staff to start with. So I've made quite a few comments about the numbers in the report. I'm not going to talk about those, though, no time. But I want to talk about two of the projects, which I think people get lost in the numbers and they forget there's some stuff that needs doing here. City Hall and Malaga Cove Plaza. The City Hall has been neglected for about 25 years. Somehow, for the first 25 years, it was taken care of, and there were upgrades and maintenance and seismic upgrades. Malaga Cove has been going close to 60 years now. To its credit, the city made a great effort to fix it in 1997. That effort failed spectacularly. And so when I think about the Geosyntec report, I wonder why they're recommending a French drain when that is literally the only approach we know for certain doesn't work. 1,600 feet of additional drain and streets that are crowded with other infrastructure just doesn't sound like a good idea. Now, I think there has to be a better way. I don't know what it is. I've made a couple of suggestions, and there's one more in my written report. I'd appreciate it if Mr. Antion would take a look at that. I will say I've been very impressed by his work so far, both in execution on Lucera Circle. We'll know in 20 years what kind of job he did. And he also makes a pretty good set of PowerPoint, so that's a rare combination, in my view. The staff report notes an updated structural evaluation may be needed soon. That's with reference to the City Hall. We've got over 1,000 pages of reports that have gone stale because we didn't do anything. I really believe it's good enough. And you've heard the phrase, don't let the best be the enemy of good enough. So just do it. As far as Malaga Cove goes, that's going to be very, very, very political because we haven't resolved who pays for it. And I think if you look in my long report, there's a nice letter from the city engineer in 1967, which could have been written today. And it makes the point that the city at that time didn't believe it was responsible. And I think there's a case to be made. And what else did I have here?
I'm being liberal with your 3 minutes because you waited so long.
So I will just say that the idea of accumulating funds in some kind of account that we're going to spend in 5 or 10 years to fix City Hall really gets things backwards. It needs fixing now. Whatever money you've got, just allocate it and repair City Hall, because it will fall down sooner or later.
It would certainly market towards falling off the cliff faster. That's true.
Yes, so actually, I'll close with a political comment. I know, minefields abound. When people talk about this new tax, and some people want to let the city council decide how to spend it, other people like me would like to give them some fairly strong advice. I mean, we've been in this meeting before. I've been to several budget meetings on the CIP, and we end up at the same point every time. So good luck with the one on April 28th, is it? I'll be there. Thank you.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Thanks for staying so late.
Thank you.
All right. This is a receive and file for the moment, right?
Let me make sure I got it right. We're going to look to schedule a special meeting in a workshop format. I have lots of notes. I encourage you to individually send Oscar and I sort of other things you would like to see in that, also being understanding of what we can and cannot do.
Yep.
From my perspective, this was a good start. I heard a couple of you say that, and I appreciate that. This is not a fun topic. It always ends in more dollars for all of us. I appreciate you, Mr. Williams, commending Oscar, because this is a tough subject for all of us. You've been around long enough to know. A letter from 1967. But, you know, look, we have a lot going on with this, right? It's, do we agree on the projects? Do we agree how to, then once we do that, do we agree on how to fund them? Do we agree when to fund them? You know, so, you know, I appreciate the council's patience. I can tell you that Oscar had his head down. He finally started just closing his door and locking it, so I couldn't come ask him to do other things the last 2 weeks. So, and Monica and Mike are hanging in there. We were still grinding these numbers late on last Thursday night. Sorry, Tamika. So this is tough stuff. You know, a lot of this is estimates. So send us your comments and your questions. We'll do our best to deliver what you're looking for. I appreciate the indulgence on just what we want to get done next year. We have a lot of competing things
and that's
going
fine.
on.
And I'll say on behalf of all five, we're grateful for the work. And, you know, don't take any of the frustration or the back and forth as that. It's, you know, how do we not just get from point A to point B, but, you know, how do we estimate where D is? You know.
I, along with Oscar, George, Luke, Tamika, Cheryl, we plan to be here the next couple, 3, 4, 5 years. So hopefully we don't have to reinvent.
See you at point D.
We don't have to reinvent this every year.
Awesome. Thank you. Mayor and council member reports. I mayored enough. Craig?
None.
Done. Nope. 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 And nope. See what happens when you say so late? Okay, we're adjourned Tuesday, April 14th at 6:30 p.m. Thank you.
Great work.
Cindy?